Hello and welcome, dear guests. I'm honored to host you here at Berkeley Klubas. Today we're going to have an amazing conference, I can assure you that. And this is because of a few things. Because as I was told, the majority of the things you have already done. So today is the main aim just to share the knowledge, what you have learned, and maybe also to raise some questions which you still have. I'm Darius Matas. I'm a radio host and journalist at Lithuanian National Radio and Television. And today we're going to talk about migration issues. We're going to talk about migration integration policies. We're going to talk about how we can everyone be more inclusive and how can everyone can work together in order to make our surroundings more friendly for migration and for those people who had fled their countries and they chose to live here in Europe. Migration is not very easy topic, you may know that already, especially this year when there's so much elections happening in European Union and in other democratic countries. But I hope so that today, during our amazing afternoon, we'll be able not just to focus on problems, but also to focus on those things which are already happening and those things which are already positively changing our surroundings. So now, without any further ado, I would like to welcome here for a welcoming speech our social minister, Monika Navickienė.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear Helen, I am very happy to have a possibility to greet you in this conference. I think we all learned a lot during past few years in the field of migration. First of all, because of the brutal Russia's war in Ukraine, where all our countries faced big numbers of people fleeing from war from Ukraine. And we needed to act fast. We needed to have new methods on how we welcome and integrate those refugees to our societies. And what I've learned, and I want to share with you before I start, I will start my welcoming speech as I wrote it down. But what I've learned as a person, and I already shared it with some of you, that it's not only administrative challenges that we face with the integration of people that are fleeing to our countries. It is about the attitude and the feeling of belongingness that we create or we do not create. So it looks like a very small, difference, but I think it's a huge difference. If we create our integration policies so that people have this feeling of belongingness in the place where they are, then I think we are successful. And integration is more than policy, is a moral imperative. As our world becomes increasingly interconnected, diverse, and globalized, we must recognize that integration is not mere administrative task, as I already mentioned. And let me consider the following principles as I deliberate on integration. So first is inclusivity. We strive to create environments where every individual, regardless of nationality, race, religion, or background, feels welcomed and valued. Integration is not about assimilation. It is about preserving unique identities and cultural heritage. Second is benefits of diversity. Our communities thrive when we embrace diversity. Socially, we learn from one another, broadening our perspectives. Culturally, we celebrate traditions, art, and music from around the world. Economically, diverse perspectives drive innovation and prosperity. Third is resilience and cohesion. Inclusive societies are more resilient. When we break down barriers and combat discrimination, we build stronger communities. In time of crisis, our cohesion becomes a lifeline. Fourth is evidence-based policy. Our discussions today will inform evidence-based policies. Let us explore local-level integration planning, partnership building with immigrant-led organizations, and effective service implementation. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that integration is not a solitary endeavor. It requires concrete and concerted effort, proactive measures, and commitment to bridging the gaps. Together, we can create a future where diversity is our strength, inclusion is our norm, and sustainable development is our legacy. Dear colleagues, let me thank for the local government representatives that are here, who stand at the forefront of a vital endeavor, the integration of our foreign-born residents. Your dedication and vision are instrumental in shaping inclusive communities where diversity thrives, because you are the first stop for the people to feel, to create this feeling of belongingness in your municipalities. Through the 4IN project, you have delved into the intrinsic fabric of local level integration, and let me reflect a little bit on your journey. So first of all, it was understanding of ecosystem. You have explored the linkages between local and national policies, recognizing that integration is a collaborative effort. The intrinsic web of municipal programs and initiatives has become familiar terrain. Collaboration, second one, collaboration with civil society. Your engagement with civil society organizations and NGOs has been pivotal. These partnerships amplify our collective impact, and together we build bridges of support and understanding. Third is on-site insights. Through visits to integration service providers, upskilling centers, language schools, community houses, and temporary residencies for refugees, you have witnessed firsthand the challenges and terms of integration. These spaces are where hope takes the root. Fourth is shared experiences. So your discussions during study visits have been invaluable. You've explored the best practices, debated implementation strategies, and envisioned a more cohesive future. Your experiences are the seeds of change. So I'm running out of time. Yeah, always, I do always, sorry. But a little bit more on opportunities and concerns. Opportunities, of course, the collaboration that opens the doors. By tapping into the wealth of diverse perspectives, we can innovate, adopt, and thrive. Economic growth, cultural enrichment, and social resilience await those who seize these opportunities. Concerns, of course, we still have concerns. Challenges persist. Language barriers, discriminatory practices, stereotypes, and access to essential services remain hurdles. But your commitment fuels the progress. Leadership matters. You are all. And your leadership is not just administrative, it is visionary and very much of importance. So let's celebrate diversity, and thank you for your unwavering commitment. I shortened a little bit my speech, but I hope the main message that we all create, the feeling of belongingness for all the diverse people that we meet, is the strength of our societies and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was Minister of Social Security and Labor, Monika Novickiene. As you already see on the screen, this conference was not organized by one person. It's a collaboration between a lot of organizations. It's a diversity development group. It's also United HCR, is Nordic Council of Ministers of Lithuania. Also, as just we heard from the minister, there's also a Minister of Social Security and Labor. That's why we also have some more people to give us welcoming word, and I would like to invite here on the stage Helen Nilsson. She's a director at Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania.
Dear Minister, dear Monica, Ambassador, experts, participants of the conference, both here in Vilnius and online, welcome to the final conference of the Nordic-Baltic Project Foreign, a collaborative initiative led by the Nordic Council of Ministers Office here in Lithuania since 2022. Considering recent geopolitical events and ongoing global migration trends, I would like to say that our gathering holds significant importance. During the last decade of the 20th century, European countries, including the Nordic countries, have experienced significant influx of persons seeking protection. In 2015-16, some European countries experienced a substantial increase in the number of arrival of people seeking protection, to a large degree driven by wars and conflicts rather far away from us. In February 2022, 2 years ago, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine led to the displacement of millions of persons from Ukraine, both internally in Ukraine and across borders to other European countries, reached almost 10 million by the end of last year. And war, conflict are not so far away from us anymore. Simultaneously, the number of asylum seekers from other countries also rose in many countries. With thousands seeking protection across Nordic and Baltic countries, it's imperative that we address integration challenges comprehensively. Our shared commitment today focuses on discussing integration policies for refugees and migrants, which profoundly impact economies, societal attitudes, and the well-being of newcomers. The Nordic Council of Ministers' Vision 2030, as well as the Agenda 2030, underscore the importance of good and beneficial local-level integration for social cohesion and equal opportunities, to leave no one behind. There is a strong wish to have a prosperous, stable, and sustainable development of our region, so sharing knowledge and practices among our countries would contribute to reaching this goal. Nordic Council of Ministers offices in the Baltic countries, in their previous initiatives since 2013, and in the last Nordic-Baltic initiative on integration and the Project Foreign, have been aiming to strengthen the Nordic-Baltic local authorities with relevant knowledge and practical tools, but also to encourage to take responsibility in the development and implementation of integration policies. Within the framework of Foreign, many activities were organized by build such knowledge, as 3 hybrid conferences in the Baltic states, one in Vilnius 2 years ago, but also in Tartu and Tallinn, which received a great interest and attendance of nearly 5,000 participants. We also organized study visit to Denmark, Sweden, Finland, where a big Baltic delegation had the possibility to meet more than 30 Nordic national or local policymakers and their local partners on integration, including refugee-led civil society organizations. So tremendous thanks to the Nordic host of such visits and for assigning your time and sharing your inspiring practices. Our sister organization of the Nordic Cooperation and the Nordic Council of Ministers, that means the Nordic Welfare Center in Stockholm and Helsinki, Nordregio in Stockholm and Nordforsk in Oslo, have expressed a huge interest in sharing knowledge with the Baltic countries by disseminating of new studies, recommendations, publication, but also inviting to Nordic events. On this occasion, I also would like to express my sincere thanks to all our core project implementation partners, the Nordic Councils of offices in Tallinn and Riga, the Lithuanian Ministry of Social Security and Labour, UNHCR Regional Representation for Northern Europe, Team of Diversity Development Group in Lithuania, Tartu University, Ministry of Culture in Estonia, Providus, and Society Integration Foundation. During the implementation of FORIN has become a significant brand for the Nordic-Baltic cooperation on integration, maybe even a brand for key capacity tools when it comes to integration of migrants and refugees. Today's conference provides a platform for networking, sharing best practices, and building partnership to address refugee and migrant-related challenges effectively. We aim to conclude with useful and to-the-point recommendations for policymakers on both national and local level, but also fostering inclusive multicultural labor market and protecting migrants' human rights and well-being, with the aim to leave no one behind. Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful and inspiring conference ahead.
Thank you very much. It was Deputy Representative for the Nordic and Baltic countries at United Nations Refugee Agency, and sorry, that's the person I would like to invite. We heard from Helen Nilsson. She's director at Nordic Council of Ministers Office in Lithuania. And now, as I already mentioned, Ilana Ditvik, she's Deputy Representative for Nordic and Baltic countries at United Nations Refugee Agency. So.
Dear Minister, Ambassador, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you all know, we are very close to the 2 years mark of the war in Ukraine. It's already been mentioned before. In a few days, it will have been 2 years since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine and the war that caused the outflow of almost 6.5 million refugees and more than 3.5 million people who are displaced internally inside Ukraine. So as a result of this record high number of refugees who have arrived all over Europe and beyond, and also in the Baltic countries and of course in the Nordic countries, integration systems and the capacities throughout Europe have been severely tested. But we have learned a tremendous amount in the process. And in fact, these lessons learned from this experience, they will be hugely helpful in further developing integration systems and creating opportunities for inclusion for all refugees and migrants, regardless of their nationality. So this conference here today about socio-economic inclusion of refugees and migrants is extremely important and also very timely. We all know that the early inclusion of refugees in national systems yields a number of benefits, both for refugees and also for the host communities. When refugees feel welcome in their host country, that is when they can start contributing and investing in their host community, having access to rights, having access to national services and systems, and having opportunities. This is what allows refugees to become contributors as consumers, as workers, entrepreneurs, and of course, as taxpayers. We know from experience that the effective and, as I said before, the early inclusion of refugees into national systems, including in the labor market, in social protection systems, the healthcare services, education, this is key for them to become self-sufficient and for ultimately their integration into the host society. So it is clear that opportunities for inclusion need to be strengthened. So how can we best work towards this? How can we best achieve this? So this is where the Foreign Project comes in. Personally, I like to think of the Foreign Project as a vehicle that carries across the two sub-regions, the Nordic and the Baltic regions, good practices, methodologies, techniques, new ideas, and it's a platform for discussion to help those who design national integration and inclusion policies, to help the municipalities who offer, of course, the actual services, and ultimately to help those that are the recipients of the services to experience a smoother road towards integration and inclusion. Last year, in 2023, the Foreign Project focused in particular on a methodology that centers around the involvement of migrants and refugee populations in the co-design and the co-implementation of services. Indeed, participatory approaches are a fundamental element of inclusion because they enable refugees to co-develop integration systems, and they can therefore help to make sure that these services then cater for their actual needs. So it's clear that when refugees participate in the actual design and the implementation of the services, you get a better product that better meets their needs. If you're interested in reading more about that, then I can recommend the MPG handbook called Effective Inclusion of Refugees. It's a good starting point. Now, looking ahead at 2024, in the coming time, the Foreign Project is again going to capitalize on this methodology and the discussions, the study visits, and the other knowledge-sharing platforms that are in the pipeline. They will again place these participatory approaches central in the discussions. But other topics that really speak to the core elements of integration and that have been identified jointly with refugees will also be on the agenda. For instance, in Estonia, the focus will be on communication and awareness-raising campaigns around asylum, migration, and integration. In Latvia, the cultural dimension of integration is on the agenda, and the aim of the Foreign Project is to work on the development of a unified Latvian language learning system for refugees and migrants. And in Lithuania, in the coming 1 to 2 years, the Foreign Project will aim to contribute to the development of a unified health and psychosocial support program, and also work on language learning. Now, through all of this, and it's been mentioned before, in a sort of cross-cutting way, runs the strengthening of the capacities of municipalities. Because we all know that when it comes to refugee integration and inclusion, the local level is what matters most. Where refugees and asylum seekers and migrants settle and how they integrate into their new communities, that depends on the characteristics of the cities and local municipalities where they are. So local authorities and the service providers there, they play a vital role in the facilitation of inclusion. They're the ones who promote diversity and social cohesion. Cities and local authorities can learn from each other through sharing good practices and lessons learned, and that is exactly what the Foreign Project aims to do. So this year, the Foreign Project will again be that vehicle for local municipalities to share knowledge, discuss good practices, and through their participation in this platform, strengthen their capacity and quality of services. So I look forward to another exciting year of fostering refugee and immigrant inclusion and integration. And for now, I wish you a very interesting and engaging 2 days in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jolanda Ditevik. And we will also continue and we'll hear a keynote speech quite in a few seconds, but also we'll have discussions in which not only the participants are the ones who can raise the questions, who can share the experience, but you also, the audience. I would like you to be also active, and if you have any questions or if you have some ideas to share, so after discussions and after the speeches, we'll also have some time for that here with the microphone. So be active, and also without discussions and without speeches, we also have a coffee break, which is always the best time just to catch up, the best time to meet if you haven't still talked to somebody, and well, maybe it will be another project in the future. So now we'll continue with keynote speech, and I would like to welcome A. Florin. She's a migration policy analyst, and she works at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. She's a cooperative migration policy expert. She also works at the moment at OECD, and she focuses on the Ukrainian refugee crisis. Prior to joining the OECD, she worked in different capacities at the European Migration Network. So, welcome.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. First of all, thank you for this kind introduction and also this kind invitation for the OECD to share some of our work and insights on this hugely important and increasingly pertinent topic for our societies. And I have to say as well, personally, it's always a delight if I have a reason to come back to the Baltic countries, so thank you for that as well. But over the next half hour or so, essentially what I want to do is paint a bit broader picture. So go beyond the Nordic countries. And I want to outline some of the key findings from our recent work on immigrant integration at the OECD. I want to look at some of the successes as well as challenges, but I think it's also important to discuss some of the key lessons for policymakers and practitioners that should shape the path ahead in this sphere. Very good. Always a tiny technical hap in the start, but now we've gotten through this. So. But before we delve into actually topics around immigrant integration, I think it is quite important to put this into broader context. And I think it's impossible really to downplay the growing importance of cross-border flows in the 21st century. So in 2022, more than 140 million people in the OECD area, which is comprised of 38 countries around the world, developed economies, were living outside their country of birth. This is a quarter more than just 10 years earlier. Over the last decade, the share of immigrants in the population increased in almost all OECD countries. Immigrants account for more than 10% of the population in 2/3 of our member countries, with the highest shares recorded in Luxembourg, Switzerland, Australia, and New Zealand. Yet, if we broaden our scope to include also individuals with at least one foreign-born parent, then we see even larger shares. While we often associate countries like the United States, Canada, and Australia with deep-rooted migration experiences that shape their societies, it is really essential to also acknowledge that many European families also have their own migration stories and are deeply impacted by the successes and failures of integration. Approximately 1 in 5 individuals in the EU were either born abroad or have at least one foreign-born parent, a detail frequently overlooked. Notably, due to historical reasons, the proportions are even higher in some parts of the Baltics. In Latvia and Estonia, roughly 1/3 of the population either were born abroad themselves or have foreign roots. And these shares will likely increase even further in the coming years. Migration to the OECD countries has reached unprecedented levels, with 6 million new permanent immigrants arriving in 2022 alone. This marks a significant 26% year-to-year increase and a 14% rise compared to the 2019 levels before the temporary slowdown due to COVID-19 pandemic. And more notably, in many OECD countries, 2022 witnessed higher share of inflows than in any of the previous 15 years. So among these countries, we can find Finland, France, Ireland, Spain, Canada, and the United Kingdom. Yet it's important to note that these numbers do not even capture individuals on temporary permits who are making up larger and larger shares of immigrants. And neither do they capture the inflows of refugees from Ukraine. Russia's war against Ukraine has triggered the largest and fastest refugee crisis in Europe since the Second World War, with ripple effects that can be felt beyond Europe. As of January 2024, approximately 4.9 million displaced Ukrainians have sought refuge in OECD countries. Germany, Poland, and the Czech Republic host the highest number of Ukrainians in absolute terms, closely followed by United States, United Kingdom, and Canada. But this crisis has, as it's been already mentioned, has been particularly significant also in the Baltic countries, which from the early stages of the crisis have hosted a larger proportion of Ukrainians compared to their population than most other countries. And as we begin to confront a protracted displacement crisis, these arrivals will shape the integration landscapes here and across the OECD for the decade to come. So these migration trends really should underscore the significance and importance of immigrant integration. Its successes and failures will profoundly affect our societies as a whole, which is why it's crucial to ask, how is integration progressing? The OECD's Settling In reports aim to address this specific question by monitoring integration outcomes of immigrants and their children over time. Primarily, we rely on large-scale labor force and social surveys to do that. And we cover all 38 OECD countries as well as EU countries, along with selected others. We look at integration outcomes across 83 indicators in 3 primary areas: labor market and skills, living conditions, and civic engagement and social integration. And today's presentation will be largely based on the latest report we published last year. But before I delve into the data and the information we can get from it, I do want to provide a brief disclaimer. So rather than fixating on individual countries, I encourage to focus on the overarching trends. Integration outcomes in different countries, they're going to vary quite significantly across the different indicators, with each nation encountering quite distinct challenges. And there is no universal champion in immigrant integration. The Baltic countries, particularly Latvia and Estonia, as you will see, often exhibit outlier behaviors. And this anomaly stems from the unique characteristics of their foreign-born population, which are overwhelmingly comprised of long-standing Russian-speaking minorities rather than recent immigrants, as is the case in most other OECD countries. And consequently, it might give an impression of slower progress across certain indicators over the last decade, but this is not the whole picture. But having said this now, what can we really learn from the recent data? So over the past decade, we see that the overall situation of migrant integration has shown improvement in many areas. This is particularly notable in labor market integration, where employment outcomes have been on the rise, even despite the disproportionate impact of the COVID-19 on the foreign-born individuals, and this is important to note. On average, after 10 years of residence, immigrants across the OECD, including humanitarian migrants, have employment levels similar to native-born individuals. Another encouraging trend is the improvement in educational outcomes for migrant children. Participation in preschool programs has increased nearly everywhere, and in some cases, educational outcomes for children with foreign-born parents have actually improved at a faster rate compared to their native-born peers. And all evidence suggests that there are further improvements in this area anticipated. Additionally, we can observe that progress in integration outcomes is correlated with the duration of stay. The longer immigrants reside in a country, the better their outcomes. In addition, overall progress in outcomes that we'll discuss in a second, we also see really positive shifts in attitudes among native-born individuals towards immigrants, particularly at local levels. But let's look at some of the data more closely to kind of illustrate these points better. So as I said, over the last decade, immigrant employment levels have increased in most countries. In EU countries, there has been a 4 percentage point rise in the employment rate of immigrants. Particularly noteworthy is the growth in employment rates among immigrants in certain Central and Eastern European countries who are receiving more and more labor migrants, such as Poland, Croatia, Slovakia, and Czech Republic, as well as in most English-speaking OECD countries and Denmark. In some of them, these rates are even outpacing the growth in employment rates among their native-born counterparts. And what are the reasons behind it? This improvement is attributable to a mix of factors. One is integration policies that are focusing more on better socio-economic integration. But the fact is also that the labor market conditions are more favorable now than they were a decade ago. So this plays a role. And also the higher educational levels of recent arrivals should not be underestimated. We can also observe significant intergenerational improvements in the reduction of educational attainment gaps. For instance, when we look at OECD's PISA test scores, we see really interesting developments. So children of immigrants have improved their PISA reading scores in both the OECD as a whole and in the EU, while the results of their peers with native-born parents have remained relatively stable, thereby narrowing the previously existing gap. So for instance, over the last decade, the reading scores of native-born children improved in 2/3 of OECD countries, and in EU-wide, these scores increased on average 8 points. However, the improvements were even bigger outside Europe, particularly in the United States, New Zealand, and Canada, where the scores of children of immigrants have increased by 13 points. As mentioned, evidence across various indicators suggests that integration outcomes improve with the duration of stay. We see it with labor market outcomes, we see it with health results, but it's particularly evident in a context of language skills. Data indicates an improvement in host country language mastery over time. So in the context of EU, for instance, 70% of immigrants with 10 years of residence or more have advanced proficiency in the host country language, compared to 40% of recent arrivals. Well, some of you might think that, well, this is expected. I think it is important to really focus on the fact that this indicates that despite some legitimate concerns in a different context about social isolation, on average, the opposite is true. Moreover, native-born attitudes towards immigrants have become more supportive in most countries. The improvements have been particularly positive in connection to specific questions on immigrants' impacts on the country. So for instance, native-born are more likely to reply that immigration enriches the host country culture. And they're more likely to say so in Nordic countries and in long-standing migration context. But more and more people are also taking a positive view of immigration's economic impacts on countries, as outlined on this slide. So in Portugal, Germany, Switzerland, Ireland, and Nordic countries, at least 40% of respondents acknowledge and emphasize the positive contributions of immigrants on national economies. If we look at more overall numbers, in 2021, about 47% of EU citizens thought that the integration of non-EU migrants had been a success. The greatest improvement here actually came again in many Central European countries and Germany, where the share of respondents who were considering the integration of non-EU migrants as a success had risen 8 percentage points over a decade. But obviously it's important to acknowledge here that there are going to be diversities between different groups who are responding. So respondents who are under 25 and those living in bigger cities, they see integration as a greater success compared to their older peers or those living in smaller cities and villages. So, while these have been very positive improvements, this is obviously not to say that there are no challenges. There are still disparities between foreign and native-born immigrants across many spheres, native-born individuals across many spheres. For example, when we talked about labor market outcomes, immigrants still experience slightly lower employment rates overall compared to their native-born peers. So on average in the EU, immigrants have an employment rate of about 65%, when the native-born population has an employment rate around 69%. And despite the labor and skill shortages that many of you are aware of across the OECD, but across the EU as well, skills transfer of immigrants also lags behind, as many newcomers struggle to effectively make use of their qualifications and know-how in host countries. Integration outcomes also vary among different groups of arrivals, with certain demographics, such as women and humanitarian migrants, facing difficulties at different stages of their journey, which might go unaddressed in some contexts. And additionally, the perception of discrimination among immigrants remains high, and in some cases has been actually increasing. And challenges also extend to public perception. So despite overall improvements in attitudes towards immigration, public perception about migrants often contradicts available evidence in the EU countries. So for instance, although there has been a significant rise in the share of highly skilled and highly educated migrants, this fact has not been widely recognized in most countries. In the OECD, nearly half of all recent arrivals in 2020 held university degrees, which is compared to 1/3 a decade ago. So it's been a significant increase. However, when we look at the graph here, we can see that the share of the population holding the perception that migrants were less educated than the actual reality remains significant in many countries. And similarly, in many immigration destinations in Europe, while the public indicated a belief that the educational outcomes of children of immigrants were declining, these outcomes have actually shown significant improvement over the last decade, as we already addressed. So there are these discrepancies between the perceptions we hold about immigration and migrants and what is the actual reality today. And these need to be addressed. Yet there are also challenges associated with outcomes as such. So the integration of highly educated immigrants, for instance, is a topic that is often overlooked, yet fraught with issues. So as depicted in this figure, highly educated migrants, represented by the white dots, are less likely to be employed than their highly educated native-born peers in all countries, whereas the disparity is observed among the low-educated in only 1/3 of countries. So given the skill shortages across the OECD, across the EU, this presents a significant challenge. So what we found from our results, if highly educated immigrants had the same employment rate as their native-born counterparts, the EU would have today over 1 million more highly educated people working. It is also important to acknowledge that immigrant integration varies among different groups. Certain immigrant cohorts, such as women and humanitarian migrants, often experience poorer outcomes and may not fully benefit from existing integration initiatives. So the graph depicted here illustrates the slower progress in labor market integration for both women and as a whole, as indicated on the right side of the graph, as well as for family and humanitarian migrants. While eventually they improved their employment levels, reached those of other migrants and native-born, it is clear that there are certainly opportunities to expedite and facilitate the process for them through better strategic interventions. So the slower trajectory we see, this doesn't say as much about the group itself, but about failing policies and measures. A particularly worrying challenge relates to a sense of being discriminated against among migrants. The perception of discrimination serves as a critical indicator of social cohesion. In the EU, 2/3 of citizens regard discrimination as the main barrier to successful immigrant integration. Therefore, it is concerning that over the last decade, the proportion of migrants identifying as members of a discriminated group has increased by 2%, reaching 15%. Additionally, it's worrying that in certain cases, the duration of stay in a country actually worsens a sense of discrimination, and it does not decrease with generations. So native-born individuals with foreign-born parents are actually more likely to feel discriminated against than foreign-born adults. So these are some of the issues that need more attention in the coming years. But there are also some additional lessons that we can learn from the response to the Ukrainian refugee crisis. So in the field of migration and forced displacement, success stories are rare, but the early response of the Ukrainian refugee crisis has truly been remarkable. So OECD countries reacted swiftly and decisively, managing sudden influxes of people seeking protection with unprecedented support. Policy responses were informed by past experiences and tailored to the current situation, which was particularly evident in terms of coordination and communication efforts. So countries collaborated effectively, establishing channels for information exchange between stakeholders within and across borders, allowing for a continuous adaptation as the crisis unfolded. And obviously there has been notable action in granting legal status as well, whether in the context of the Temporary Protection Directive or other special immigration concessions across the world. So I think it is important to take a step back and really feel this success. Like obviously there is always opportunities to do things better, but this is a sign that integration, we have the capacities and it really can work. However, as we're transitioning to the subsequent stages of the crisis, it has become evident that the Ukrainian refugees are, when they're undergoing different settlement processes, they demonstrate some of the same successes and challenges we see with other groups today. So firstly, Ukrainian refugees have experienced faster labor market integration compared to any other refugee groups in the past. And it can be attributed to the same reasons we already talked about. Good policies with immediate access, higher levels of education, as well as the kind of presence of labor market shortages across the OECD countries. However, challenges with the integration of highly skilled migrants also manifest in this sphere, as significant skills mismatches persist. So many Ukrainian refugees in need of additional income or with limited support from host countries for skill-appropriate labor market entry have resorted to low-skilled employment, which is leading to skills degradation. So this slide here presents some key findings from a series of surveys conducted not by the OECD, but impact initiatives who have been closely monitoring Ukrainian refugee groups since the onset of the crisis. So as depicted, there has been a significant shift here in terms of the kind of labor market performance. In Ukraine, many held managerial and professional positions, while now a considerable proportion are employed in elementary occupations. So it is evident that further targeted integration support is needed to ensure a skill-appropriate labor market inclusion. However, most parties are experiencing what is sometimes called a waiting dilemma and are unwilling to invest in integration activities due to the expected return of Ukrainian refugees. But what are we risking by not supporting their integration? So as was already mentioned before, early integration of refugees or migrants as a whole, we know the benefits of this. We know it facilitates self-sufficiency, it improves labor market outcomes, it prevents skills degradation, and minimizes long-term effects on children. Moreover, speedy socio-economic integration also eases pressures on public finances and maintains public support, which is increasingly important. And paradoxically, perhaps, refugee intervention in host countries can also benefit Ukraine. So skills and work experience they acquire abroad can be brought back to contribute to Ukraine's reconstruction efforts. And research has also found that return migrants who go back with additional human capital are more likely to reintegrate more successfully. And if actual return doesn't occur or occurs at a later stage, successful labor market integration now can be beneficial through remittances. But having said that, there is no denying that the existing integration systems might not be well equipped to tackle the specific needs of displaced Ukrainians, as they are designed with long-term settlement of arrivals in mind. So this raises the question, is there a need to rethink some of our approaches to integration, especially as we witness an increase in temporary migrations much more broadly across the board? So consequently, the OECD has proposed and is advocating for the adoption of dual intent approach to integration when it comes to Ukrainian refugees. So this essentially lays the groundwork for two possible pathways: indefinite stay and return. Dual intent integration measures and activities, what they seek to do is to prioritize refugees' socio-economic opportunities regardless of their future location. So at the same time, what it tries to do is deliberately minimize the possible return barriers that they might face either in host countries but also in Ukraine. And there are 5 ways especially in which we see promising results. So first, investing in the human capital of Ukrainian refugees, alongside retaining and building upon the existing skills. Preference here should be given to skills, know-how, and work experience in sectors that are essential for the reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine, such as engineering, construction, energy, health, IT, and supporting the green transition. And as you can notice, many of these same areas are high in demand also in host countries, so it creates socioeconomic opportunities for displaced Ukrainians regardless of their future location. Second, streamlining the recognition of skills and qualifications to facilitate skills transfer both in host countries but also upon return to Ukraine. Third, offering not only host country language training but actually Ukrainian language training for children and young people in host countries to support successful return and reintegration. Fourth, retaining and facilitating refugees' financial and digital ties with Ukraine to promote economic activity, investments, and connections. And fifth, ensuring remigration and mobility pathways as well as return visits, because this displacement crisis is increasingly protected, so people will be less willing to return if they believe there are no possibilities to remigrate. So, however, rather than these specific measures, rather than even focusing just on the Ukrainian refugee question here, the key takeaway should be that the crisis we're facing underscores the imperative to reevaluate conventional integration solutions and customize them to meet the diverse needs of incoming groups. A one-size-fits-all approach is unlikely to be effective given the changing contemporary migration patterns, not only in the case of Ukrainians, but whenever the demographics of arriving groups in countries undergo sudden shifts. And I think this is a topic incredibly important, especially at the local level, because you are facing this challenge. You have the power actually to react to these changing needs. So what are some of the key conclusions, essentially, that I hope that you will go away from this talk today? So, as said, immigration flows, they are on the rise worldwide. And while some individuals may engage in circular migration, a significant number of arrivals will also choose long-term settlement. So it prompts an increasing need for attention to integration practices across societies. But encouragingly, we are really seeing tangible advancements in immigrant integration across various domains. So what we are doing is working. The outcomes are improving over time, and in relation to the duration of stay. As I said, in some instances, this can be a result of a mix of different factors, whether it's improved labor market conditions, whether it's the educational levels and the profile of arrivals, but it's also a sign of better integration policies. However, I think it is very important to consider what is working today might not work in 10 years' time, especially as the migration flows are changing. So, and challenges persist as well, as immigrants and their descendants, they continue to lag behind the native born. But the challenges are very different across countries, across the different indicators that OECD is looking at in different spheres, and the challenges are influenced by the diverse compositions of migrant populations. So there is no one answer that works in every single situation. But in this context, what is our path forward? As the demographics of foreign-born populations are shifting, integration challenges are evolving, the reality is that policymakers and practitioners must consistently reevaluate and adjust their approaches. I know this is perhaps not what you want to hear when I come here and like, you're doing really well, do now something different. This is perhaps not the message that is well received, but the approach is working, but it needs to be adapted as we move forward. An example I brought here was the Ukrainian refugees, but I think these kind of contexts of arrivals are very specific across the Nordic areas as well. So you need to adapt to that. But the fact is, overall, when we look at the best outcomes, good integration policies, they nearly always ensure swift access to support and opportunities, implementing inclusive whole-of-society strategies, and also those approaches that recognize the importance of nurturing networks to combat prejudice. These are the approaches that are yielding most promising outcomes across the OECD. At the same time, a sort of less for less approach, as suggested by some, is not really feasible. And what I mean by this less for less approach is that this notion that if we somehow put less resources into integration, this will also decrease migration flows. This is not going to work. Kind of migration rates are not impacted so much about the integration support we get, but the poorer outcomes really are. So the less you put in, the poorer are the integration outputs. And the reality is that investing in integration and inclusion policies pays off. Evidence shows that integration is not only possible and beneficial for migrants and their families, but also for our economies and societies as a whole. Equally, a failure to integrate comes at significant costs and adverse consequences. And on this note, I would like to end. Thank you very much for listening, and happy to discuss any of these topics over a coffee break.
Thank you very much for this amazing presentation. And also, we have some time for questions, if you're okay with that. Do you have some questions here in the audience after this presentation? Or considering that we have the whole afternoon, you would like to ask them themselves. I do understand. Okay, but I have a question. You mentioned that there are no unified issues when we talk about different countries and integration policies. But is there any, now already, talking about integrating Ukrainian refugees, some good examples, some good lessons learned in 2 years, which we can share in any country?
Actually, part of the reason why I'm here as well is to kind of listen to the good examples that we see across the Baltics, because this is, at the OECD context, what seems to be the case is some of the integration outcomes in the Baltic region are actually some of the best. So for instance, when it comes to facilitating teaching assistance at schools, Ukrainian teachers that they can continue working in their spheres, and at the same time they can support Ukrainian students. These are really, really good examples. Some of the other ones is, again, where the Baltics, Poland, and Czech Republic have been working a bit more. I don't think there are quite finalized agreements in the sphere, but it relates to this recognition of qualification, especially, or recognition of especially children's education, that will impact the decisions as well, whether families even have an option to go back or stay. So I think, in general, one of the sort of, again, rather than bringing examples from other contexts, I think the flexibility that really is built into the integration systems in the Baltics has worked incredibly well. And this has been a lesson more that, Canada is looking into. These are big countries, are looking to learn from the Baltics, actually, when it comes to the area of Ukrainian refugee integration. So whatever you're doing, continue doing this.
And also, in Lithuania, we had this discussion 2 years ago. Whatever we need to invest into integration, Ukrainian refugees or not, because perhaps they will be coming back to their countries, so we don't need to do anything. And is it an issue why in many countries, not much was done?
So when it comes to the sort of, this is a very challenging issue. It definitely is an issue, and in terms of how to approach the integration of Ukrainians, not only from the perspective of host countries, but also from the perspective of Ukraine. Because I think in the early stages of the crisis, the hope was that the war will come to a quick end, so we can move on from there, deciding what is the best approach. We're currently dealing with a protracted crisis, so any sort of returns that will take place, they will not take place necessarily in the near future, and also they will take place over a longer period of time. So what this means is that we need to somehow find a way how to kind of balance this difficult decision of how much inclusion support we provide, but also how do we even retain the possibility of return. Because I think the return intention rates, I'm sure everyone working in this field knows this as well. Like when we ask about do people want to return, it's a tricky question. It's sort of everyone tends to say we want to return, but it's sort of the realities come into play. Like what is better for my family? What is this and that? We want to maintain this possibility as long as possible. And I think here, a hugely important thing for countries is to work closely with Ukraine. Because I think the only way of finding this balance, what works and what doesn't, is through this collaboration. And again, I think here the countries like the Baltic countries, but also Poland and some of the other Central European countries should be leaders. Because they have pre-existing working relationships with Ukraine. There is a greater degree of trust between these countries. So how can we facilitate, and how can these countries really facilitate the way forward?
Thank you very much for your answers. If you do have some questions, we have time now for coffee break. So it's also very good timing for questions to ask them themselves, like individually, if you do want to do that. So we'll have 20 minutes to have a coffee or some tea. It's being served in another room if you haven't been already there, so it's just across the corridor. And we'll continue with our session number 1, 20 minutes past 2. Thank you. So, welcome back. Welcome back. Here we will continue with second part of the conference. Welcome back to those who are joining us online. We are just about to start the first discussion, and we will mainly be focusing on local level integrational planning, coordination, what kind of issues may arise, and how we can tackle them. My good friend, Karolis Žibas, will be the moderator of this discussion. He's integration officer and works at United Nations Refugee Agency representation for the Nordic and Baltic countries. And also I would like to invite the participants here. Of course, it's Anna Kotka-Bystedt. She is head of integration services in the Jakobstad region. It's Finland. Also, Christine Edström, she is head of integration and labor market unit at municipality of Mark, Sweden. Also, Kaisa Uprustali, she is head of unit at Tallinn Welfare and Healthcare Department in Estonia. Also, Egia Strajuma, she is project coordinator at Riga Support Center for Ukrainian residents in Latvia. And of course, Simona Bieliūnė, vice mayor of city of Vilnius here in Lithuania. So thank you very much and have a nice discussion. We'll be listening.
Thank you very much, and welcome to our first panel. I think it's a really exciting panel because, you know, integration happens at the local level, so this is exactly where we have this panel fully packed with amazing and dedicated integration practitioners and really nice and good and professional people. So I'm happy to have all of you here. We will start with the Nordic perspectives or the Nordic integration models, and then we'll go to the Baltics. Perhaps they are a bit different, but at the same time a bit similar to the Nordic, of course. And I'm really happy that we have also Finland, Jakobstad region. And Jakobstad region really kindly hosted our Lithuanian delegation from Akmenė district municipality for the really intensive 5 days of the study visit there. And also we are very happy that Mark municipality hosted the integration delegation from Kosovo. So we are going beyond the Nordic and the Baltic countries. I'm also very happy to have you here. And at the same time, I think it's very great that we have free capital areas, free capital cities of the Baltic countries, Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius, and I think this is where actually, there is a really great momentum to see how the Ukrainian situation response really helped to further develop and capacitate local level integration ecosystem. So without further ado, I think I'll give the floor to Anna from Jakobstad to describe the really excellent integration system at local level. So over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anna Kotka-Bystedt. I'm the head of integration services. In the Jakobstad region, Finland. I'm very happy to be here. So I will give you a short introduction. I'll try to stay to my, okay, so the clock is ticking. So the Jakobstad region consists of 5 municipalities, and we have implemented a collaborative approach to local level integration. Situated in the western part of Finland, our multilingual region predominantly consists of Swedish-speaking Finns. With a rich history of cooperation in social and healthcare, as well as in business, our collaborative efforts have been ongoing for many years. Our integration work in the Jakobstad region is anchored in a joint cooperation agreement established in 2010. And this agreement focuses comprehensively and regionally on refugee reception and integration, aligning with the law of integration. So services provided by our Department of Integration include joint quota refugee reception and support for asylum seekers and Ukrainians with a municipality of residence. So for my support, I have a regional steering group with representatives from each municipality. And my team comprises 8 integration advisors and 1 project leader. And we're all working seamlessly across local and regional levels. A key tool in our integration efforts is our joint integration program, valid for 4 years at a time. And this program serves as a catalyst for promoting integration. And with a focus on community participation and alignment with municipal strategies, the program addresses various themes such as education, safety, housing, social connections, and sustainability. During the development of the integration program, we conducted workshops on different themes to engage stakeholders from different sectors. This collaborative effort ensures a holistic approach to integration, considering the municipality's operating environment and changes. To further strengthen our efforts, we have established regional and local partnership networks for employment, education, social care, and integration promoting projects in the region. These networks foster cooperation between municipalities and various stakeholders. So my takeaway from how we organize integration in the Jakobstad region is, in conclusion, a cooperation agreement with the regional steering group, a joint integration program emphasizing regional community involvement, and partnership networks working in the region as a whole. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. This is really great because I remember when the first time I've seen this slide from Eger and Strang. I remember that when I was writing my PhD thesis, I was quoting this as a good practice. And then suddenly when I've seen this in Jakobstad region as the part of the practical integration framework, I was really fascinated by that. And I must tell that that really works in practice, really well when, the municipality also acts, as a bridge between the, hosting institutions and the refugee population, including the local population. And I think the other part is really interesting. It's this integration program that we have, so perhaps with the PPT we'll be able to share that really holistic and extensive integration plan that could really serve as a great example. So, but we will come back with the questions to you later on. So over to you, Christina. What about Mark municipality?
Mark's municipality. So I continue here?
Yeah, is here.
So the municipality of Mark, I'm Christina Engström, and I am head of unit for the integration and labor market unit. Here's some picture from this corner of Sweden that's nobody has heard of in Sweden, or almost nobody. And it's probably because it consists of several villages and towns, small towns, and the name Mark is a compromise because they all want to be the center of this municipality. And this is the vision of Mark, a close municipality with people in focus, close to nature, environment, each other, and the future. And as a vision, it is for real, I think, in my work, because we are and have to be close to people in order to do integration for everyone who comes to our municipality. The local conditions, it's a large in area with a beautiful scenery, consists of several villages. It's in the west of Sweden, near the closest big city is Gothenburg. And it's a vast area. We donate 35 thousand inhabitants, so it's not crowded, which leads to possibilities and also some obstacles when it comes to integrate people. The labor market is mostly small businesses, with 98% of the companies that have less than 20 employees. The municipality is the biggest employer in the itself in the municipality. So how do we do integration in MARC? We divided in 3 parts. The initial reception. For the last 3 years, it's mainly been humanitarian resettlement who came to our municipality. The advantage is that they all have the first-hand contract on their housing. So most of them stay in the municipality, which is very good, not least for the children and the integration of children and parents. Introduction follows next. It's the ID card, the local area, and how now we show them how to get around where the important places are to know. This varies a lot, of course. It's very individual, depending on the person who comes. It all has to be from the person who arrives, and we set up the introduction after that. The main goal in the integration in the municipality of MARC, we are organized in the educational administration. Before, 3 years ago, it was a part of the social service administration, but the political agenda is that we are going to work for self-sufficiency and with work and studies. So from day one, we work to inventory the skills and where from both the ones arriving, refugees arriving to the municipality, but also with employees, because that is our work to do, to match the ones who comes to us with the employers in the municipality, especially since they all stay, or almost all stay in the municipality because they have their own housing and don't have to move like in many other municipalities in Sweden. So that is the main goal. As all municipalities, we have a sustainability program, and the triangle in the middle says that we have equal and opportunities in the municipality. And unable to do that, we have to do it together. We have to do it for long term, and we have to be innovative. And that's precisely what we have to do. We can't do it ourselves. The staff and we can't do it ourselves. We have to do it with the civil society, NGOs, for the right of children, for LGBTQI people, and so forth. Sorry, my English, forgotten. So we have to do it. We can't do it alone. We have to do it together. The labor market is a significant factor for more people to be integrated. And we do a lot of work with those employees and bring them together and make arenas where they can meet these refugees that comes to Mark's municipality. And here's a reason why we do what we do. This is Perhila. He came during the COVID pandemic. So he came to one of these little villages. It was all locked down, even in Sweden. He couldn't go to school. He stayed in his little flat in this little village. And the headline says he wanted to help his family. He ended up in Björketorp. And due to my staff and civil society in this little village, he's now living what is his dream. He's becoming a mechanic, he's going to school. He moved in with friends in an even bigger flat with a little bit more people around him. He moved from a village to a little town. He works extra hours, and he's able to send some money to his family, because that's what his aim, to take care of his family. That's why he left his home once. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and especially thank you for focusing on, this great, human stories, because this is all about the, human-centered approach to integration. So thanks a lot, but we will come back to the, perhaps, to some of the questions regarding, your system and the partnership with the non-governmental sector later, because I think that's also fascinating. And now we're moving to the Baltic countries, and I'm giving the floor to Kaisa. Kaisa has been running the, shortly, the refugee center in Tallinn, under the Tallinn municipality. So we are really happy to have you here, Kaisa. So the floor is yours.
I'm glad to be here. Hi. I don't have slides because I don't follow my own slides anyway, so I'll just talk. And apparently that might be the bright future that's coming right into my eye. So to be brief, I mean really brief, because I can talk about this for days. When the war in Ukraine broke loose and a lot of refugees came to Tallinn, then the city of Tallinn decided to open kind of a center where to greet the people, and the temporary protection was anywhere near to be kind of, what's the word now, implemented. So people came to this center, and there were people who were volunteers from different NGOs, and also victim support from the Social Insurance Board, Tallinn City, officials who were doing the registration and stuff like that. So, and after a short period of time, it was evident that this kind of center or department really needs to go on, and nobody can hold it up, only based on volunteers. So the department was created, and it has a really, really long and boring name. But the idea from the beginning was that it is not for Ukrainians, it is for everybody. And I mean, when everybody, I don't also mean every refugee, but I mean everybody who is in Tallinn and is newly arrived foreigner. Yeah, it can be a family member, it can be a student, it can be somebody who came to work. So we kind of work with everybody who come to our door, comes in, asks questions, and also asks for benefits. Because I'm a strong believer, which I also said already this morning, but I'm going to say it again. If you're hungry, if you have nowhere to live, if you're worried about your people at home, your family members, then one cannot expect that this person will come to the language courses, that person will come to the national activities and stuff like that. So the idea behind this center or the department is that we work from, so to say, on a grassroots level with the client. And it doesn't matter if we're talking about gender-based violence. It doesn't matter if we're talking about child protection cases. We provide all the services. And another idea behind it is that we do not tell people that you should go there, 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 and there. The system has to work behind the client, not the client needs to run everywhere, and eventually people get tired and they fall out because they can't just take it anymore. Even worse when, so little time. Even if different places send people to different psychologists and different specialists, then finally people say that, hey, make up your mind, I'm not gonna run along with you. So, that's one part. What we do, we work with the clients, and believe me, we have a lot of clients. But the other part is that we also have kind of an integration manager working, and the person who is developing services. The integration manager's job is to gather and network with all the different stakeholders that are in Tallinn area, local municipal NGOs, but also state organizations that are working in Tallinn, in Tallinn district. But also to work with people from different nationalities. So he's trying to find all the NGOs and places where people are gathering and ask for their opinion. What is, how they like being in Tallinn, when they arrived, what were they missing, what they would have needed at first and along the way. And the person who is developing different services, her job is to analyze the ones that we do have, and not only in social field, but education-wise, I don't know, getting married-wise, medical-wise, and so on, but also to find out good practices from different countries for the services that are especially for the migrants and for the refugees, that takes into consideration their situation, and to work with them so their integration process would be as smooth as possible, so that people would feel that they are welcome in Tallinn and that they would feel safe and kind of easy. And they would know, if they have a question, where to come to. So in conclusion, I would say that we are trying to work it from both ways, from the client perspective and from the systems perspective. So those play as two kind of channels would actually work eventually together. And I do not see how it can go wrong. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Kaisa, for this really, as always, very practical and hands-on approach. Very much appreciate. And I think just to let you know that for us, it's really one of those great examples when, something which started as a Ukrainian situation response, organically turned out into the response to all the refugees and all migrants at the local level. So I think this is where very great example of the, development of the services.
Yeah, can I just say one more thing? Just seems important that that the kind of the department is run by the city of Tallinn and Tallinn's budget, but different services like the support service, support person service, and also the integration manager and service development manager, they are from ESF funds and AMIF as well. So we're kind of looking for different ways to integrate projects into our daily work.
And another good practice in Estonian case is that the Association of Local Authorities is very much engaged to the integration debate and implementation. So we have also projects with the ESF Plus through the association. So I think this is also additional resource for the integration ecosystem at the national level, because association is basically the interest group of all the municipalities. So we are also happy about that. So now let's move to Riga. So we have a very specific example here on the Ukrainian situation response. And Egia will present the specific and targeted measures for the Ukrainians in Riga. And I know that you have a long story of transferring the center from the one location to another location. So finally, it's still there. It's still there. Yeah. So over to you.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for welcoming us here today, and I am very glad to be here. So what I'm going to present today is, as already said, Riga Support Center for Ukrainian residents, which is particularly for Ukrainians. And what comes the great help here is that already first days after the war, there was a special law supporting of Ukrainian civilians taken place. So basically it states that Ukrainian civilians have the same rights as Latvian citizens and Latvian people, like the same educational opportunities, the same health care, the same the same opportunity to start work, even not knowing Latvian language. From the first day he arrives here, so basically it gives them the best possible option to start new life in new place. So, green one, yes? Okay. So, it also relates to this special law, which states that municipality can provide coordinated support by creating unified centers where state, municipal and non-governmental institutions work together to give the best possible help for Ukrainians. And at this moment we are 13 institutions in our center. Okay, that is, the interesting facts about our center, like the moving 4 times in 2-year period. Yes, and here we can see all the services we provide right now, today, which is state services, like we issue temporary resident permits for Ukrainians. Also, in cooperation with fire department, we provide emergency housing for those who has nowhere to stay. Basically, it's 60 days period, but if for especially vulnerable groups, we provide prolonged opportunities to stay, like handicapped people, pregnant women, those who take cares for handicapped, and etc. Also, we have our municipal services, which is registration in Riga, transportation tickets, registering kids in schools and kindergartens. What else? I forgot already. Also, we provide cooperation with NGOs, which sometimes is very, very good choice, because NGOs are more flexible to provide services straight away after the person has arrived in Latvia, like where to get help with animals, where to get food, where to get clothing, where to find flat, where to find lawyer, and questions like that. So, and this is the numbers which are right on today. So we have registered almost 25,000 Ukrainian residents currently in Riga, and 19,000 of them are active. It means that we have special system where we register Ukrainians. We can see here if he moved places, if he is using e-ticket, if he has kids, if they go to school, and from this system we take those numbers. Also, there are educational issues, which is one of the challenges, because right now there is no law stating that children has to go to school mandatory. He can choose whether he goes to Latvian educational system, or he homeschooling, or maybe he attending Ukrainian school online. So right now we have registered almost 2,000 schools, preschools, 1,000 goes to private educational institutions, and the rest is, that's the job we should do. That's the challenge. Also, we as a municipality take part in helping find jobs for those from Ukraine. Like we organize job fairs in 2-year period. It has been 24 of them, when we invite employers, and Ukrainians come and can talk to the employer one in person. So sometimes, at least earlier, it was like they were afraid to write CV. They couldn't write CV. They were afraid to, not to find job. There was questions if they are taking Ukrainians, and so it was a great help from our side. And next one, that's the statistical data by gender and age. Most of them are women, most of them are in working age. And yes, most of them comes from Ukraine, but also we have customers which comes from other countries like Poland. They have lived in Poland and decided to come to Latvia. And here are our challenges, like language is the main one, employment, education, finances, and how to find housing, and also optimization, as we had to move several times to find the best possible solution. That's basically it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and perhaps just a little note that we are super happy to learn about the fact that from next year the Latvian government will work on this obligatory nature of the access of Ukrainian children in school. So I think that might be very helpful and to really reach the high enrollment rates of Ukrainian children, at least in Riga, because you have more than 25,000 people there and a lot of children. So I think that's a good legal basis in the background to really work on high enrollment
Yes, as well
rates.
as educational, and is one huge part of integrating successfully, because even if the parents think that, we are going to move tomorrow after months or whatever, but not always it's the case, and they stay, and those kids need to integrate and learn language, be educated, and be part of our society.
Thanks a lot again. So now moving to our hosting city municipality, which is Vilnius. So Simona, over to you. How the integration picture looks like in Vilnius. You as a vice mayor, I think you are very best placed to tell us.
Hello everyone. I will not make presentation. I just show a few pictures from Vilnius municipality with Ukrainian people, and my reflection will be based on our experience with Ukrainians, because I think that despite the fact that we have a lot of challenges, is the best practice that we can spread when we are talking about migrant integration processes in Vilnius. So Vilnius as a capital actually is very with rich and complex history city, and we have celebrated 700th anniversary recently, and we identify us as a multicultural city, and Vilnius is a home for different nationalities, including Jews, Poles, Roma, and others, each contributing significantly to the vibrant picture of modern Vilnius. But when we celebrate our diversity, at the same time we meet a lot of challenges, and the most recent challenge, of course, for us as a city was Russian invasion in Ukraine. And this forced us to seek novel and optimal approaches to deliver essential services and aid immediately, just adapting to evolving and uncertain conditions. So due to my previous experience as an advisor to the Minister of Health, I find myself in the position to talk about integration and related matters, since I was involved in managing registrations processes in different cities, creating hotline and online clinic to provide psychological support to Ukrainians and discussing different issues in our city and at national level as well. If I reflect on mechanisms of integration at municipal level, I should say that for a long time in Lithuania, the topic of migrant integration was centralized and mostly owned by national government. So responsible ministries supported by the biggest NGOs in a country, we are accountable for all actions and integration of national priorities. So municipalities, Vilnius as well, neither have a long history of migrant integration nor mechanisms to provide such services. And I have to be very open today, because even though the peak of migration in Vilnius have happened 2 years ago after Russian aggression in Ukraine, we're still building and strengthening our role as a municipality. And however, Vilnius' strengths lie within city's network of solid social partners who have a lot of experience and high competencies. Some of our partners, to mention International Organization of Migration, Red Cross, Caritas, and others, all of them having a strong backgrounds and being very familiar with the process of integration. So while we are trying to find the best role in this topic, we as municipalities searching for the ways and resources, and one of the good example I think is a home project together with the Ministry of Social Affairs and Labor, Social Security and Labor, because this project offers a platform to access additional tailored services and reinforce existing structures for people from Ukraine, such as emotional support services, psychological consulting, language skills, etc. So another point worth mentioning is that we're still challenging a lot in mental health and the healthcare system. So there are many reasons for that, from stigma to linguistic barriers, but to cope with such challenges, new psychotraumatology center for refugees from Ukraine and Belarus help us a lot, and its entity overseen by a municipality which offers comprehensive aid to refugees, catering both adults and children. So all mentioned aspects disclosed our ways of action in searching of roles within the discourse of migrant integration, which was to strengthen our strengths, adapting public services, accomplishing coordinating job, as well as taking new roles and initiatives. And in the topic of migrant integration, the aspect of accommodation cannot be left aside, because as the capital, we face many pre-existing accommodation-related challenges, including quite solid quests for our citizens waiting for social and municipal housing. And despite the fact accommodation of Ukrainians is still being prioritized by our municipality, and since Russian aggression in Vilnius, we have accommodated around 13,000 Ukrainians, including their family members, while providing housing and investing more than 8 million euros. And I cannot mention another component of migrant integration, children from Ukraine that come to Lithuania as orphans. What helped us in this situation was our subordinate social service institution, where the children were accommodated together with their personnel. And during last years, actually, we as a municipality is very active in implementing the institutionalization process based on human rights and community services. Therefore, we are considering to apply the same model to orphans from Ukraine, and we're discussing how we can accommodate them at the community housing with a continuation of the social care services. So many challenges lie within the integration processes, especially in relation with such extremely sensitive topics as childcare. And despite these facts and differences and sensibility of questions, we are trying to do our best while merging our capabilities and the needs of Ukrainian migrants. And the last topic, the language, it was mentioned, my colleagues mentioned a lot about learning language. So we just see it's an empowering tool, and working a lot together with our national institutions and NGOs in order to find the synergy and help people to be employed. So very short reflection. I have a lot of to say. I hope that in question and answer sessions I have to say something.
Thanks a lot, Simona. I think we'll have an opportunity also now with the Q&A session. We will have now 15 minutes for that. So before giving the floor to our audience, just I think one reminder that it's really, really important that you mention HPSS, because tomorrow we'll have a specifically dedicated session on the psychosocial support and mental health. So I think this is also relevant, not just for the local level as a response, but at the national level to create a strategic response to that as well. So that's really great, and I'm really happy that you are also, having this cooperation with the Ministry of Social Security and Labor. As today in the morning we heard from Laura, head of the integration unit, is that the ministry really tries to support selected municipalities with the largest numbers of refugees. And I think this is where, those additional resources can come in to really support you. But now perhaps I would like to give the first question to Christina and Anna, because you have a lot of experiences in welcoming and receiving refugees, even before the war in Ukraine. Yeah, you have been welcoming refugees from Afghanistan, Syria, Eritrea, Somalia. My question is, are you using the same approach by integrating Ukrainians, or you have a very specific tailor-made approach, in the context of temporary protection directive, or basically you are, using the same opportunity for the Ukrainians, within your already well-established integration systems?
It's the municipalities' responsibility is a bit different from the ones coming from other countries than Ukraine. For Ukrainians, we have the responsibility to give them housing. That's it. But we do a lot. Since we have been working for many years, my unit has been around for 3 years. We know how to do it, and we did it anyway, even though we have no national funding for it. We got funding for housing, that's it. So we give them a language school, the civil society, all came together in all these little villages and towns. It's absolutely necessary. Now they can go to the municipalities' language school with some national funding. And as soon as they arrived, we started to matching with employers, even if it isn't our responsibility. It's a national responsibility. But we saw that you can't afford to live on this little amount of money that's given to you. So we did it just as we do with everyone else, just a little bit faster.
Thanks, Anna. Anna, perhaps also you can focus a little bit on this integration port or integration hub that you have in the municipality. I think that's fascinating.
Yes, and as was already mentioned, we have the Ager and Strang theoretical reference model that we apply. And of course, the basics is the same. There are the 10 domains of integration covered in that model, but as Christina said, it goes faster with the Ukrainians. They have usually education and languages, English sometimes, but yeah, so it differs. It differs a bit. We also have the service desk, the integration port, quite a funny name, but usually their errands, the things their questions is they can be handled like at the service desk. But in general, yes, we use the Ager and Strang model when we plan and develop the support for our customers.
Thanks a lot. Perhaps the question to Kaisa, because we heard from Egia about the whole nature of cooperation with the NGOs, because basically your center provides the roof for quite a number of NGOs which are providing different services, plus you are offering the roof for the national authorities as OCMA and migration services, etc. So what about the Tallinn center? What is your cooperation with the NGOs? Because you are basically working as a municipal unit. But what is the cooperation with the other actors at the local level?
Right now comes to mind, for example, Red Cross, Estonian Red Cross, who is their most recent activity was that they provided first medical care, first aid, well, that's the word in Estonia was, yeah. First aid trainings to Ukrainians because they really wanted those. And we had kind of a questionnaire on our site to know. Then we are having, then we have one NGO that comes to the counseling people with HIV and how to diagnose, how to continue their treatment. Then also we have had this different activities with the Estonian Refugee Council, of course. They had trainings on kind of cyber knowledge and also workforce, and they are doing Mindspring. Also now we are in cooperation with Mondo. We are directing people to the again, kind of cyber knowledge training or course, but also mental health system they are providing is also much needed to the Ukrainian psychologists that are working in our department. So people who need more support from doctor, then they would have that more quickly than they would in the normal system in Estonia. So that's what comes to mind right now.
Thanks a lot. And perhaps also the question to Egia about the funding and funding opportunities. How the Ukrainian center is funded? Is it coming from the, I don't know, ESF plus AMIF, or is from the Riga's budget? Yes, the center. Yeah.
It's divided. It's also the state government pays partially for the help. Also our municipality, and I suppose NGOs are providing the help by projects. Yes.
So that's a kind of the combination of
several sources. Yes.
And how far you're planning to run the center? Are you planning to have this as part of the institutional framework under the Riga municipality, or as long as it needs to have this Ukrainian situation response?
As they state, as a law for Ukrainian help states, as long as the hostilities in Russia takes part, then yeah, we will help. Okay. But I think we should change to the center for everyone, not only Ukrainians.
I think the Tallinn is one of the examples that you can change from the Ukrainians to everybody. So yeah. Let's hope it will happen.
Let's hope.
So now we have more than 7 minutes, dear colleagues, for the questions and the comments from the audience. I'm sure you have a lot of questions after these 5 presentations. So I'm now opening the floor. We have there 2 hands. Yeah. Do you have the mic? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Is there? Yeah.
Hello. Okay, I'll stand up. It will be easier. Thank you for your talks or presentations or both. My name is Ruta. I work in the equality body, Lithuanian equality body. I have actually questions for most of you. I want to ask from the Nordic countries. For example, you said that the housing is provided and you have the budget for it. Is it a national budget, like a assigned budget that is reserved from some somewhere that you have it. What is the approach to language services? And for the representative from Finland, how do the networks work? Because you mentioned there are networks and what's included in there, but how they exactly work. So these are two different questions. And for the Tallinn municipality, I would like to ask, so how many people do you have working for within your department? How many people do you cover? Do you gather data of the people that you have served or somehow approached through the statistics of gender, age, and then you follow their employment traits and stuff like that? I mean, do you if you start from the grassroots, do you follow up and continue the work with the people that approached you throughout their staying? Thank you. These are long questions, but I think they are very good for the approach, the practical approach of local level governments, how to actually do something that is working properly. Tallinn is very nice from the one window perspective.
Thanks a lot. So perhaps you can start from Finland, then we can move to Sweden and Estonia.
Okay. Thank you for a good question about the networks. Yes. So, in practice, I coordinate these networks, these partnership networks. And for example, the networks with the third sector, we have representatives from each municipality, from different organizations. As I said, I coordinate the meetings, I write the memos. I think it's important that there needs to be one person that coordinates the region to write the memos, to check that the meetings are being held, because otherwise it's very easy to think that someone else should do this or that. There needs to be one person coordinating and have an overview of the situation. And this is basically the model for all the networks. For example, with the education network, I have a team of representatives from different schools in each municipality. And it's very low maintenance networks where we can freely discuss what's on the agenda. That's in short.
Thanks. Perhaps that's the question was about the funding of the housing, whether the funding comes from the national government or from your budget or how it's functioning. And then I think the access to the language courses, which in Swedish context is Swedish for immigrants, SFI. Yeah.
So for the Ukrainians, we have got funding for housing from the national level. And that's it. There was a long discussion in Sweden why it took so long time to let Ukrainians go to language school. It took over a year and a half, about, before national funding for that, which didn't exactly speed up the integration for the Ukrainians. So that took some time. So the funding for housing is national, both for Ukrainians and other refugees coming to us. But the civil society stepped up and did a lot of that instead of the national level.
And Kaisa, over to you. You have exactly 2 minutes.
And I don't even really remember the question. It was how many is there? Us? I think I was just counting, actually. There are 19 of us working in the department, including me. Among us, there is 10 specialists who are working with people and doing the substances and so on. Because of the legislation, you have to be an official to do the decisions like that. So then there are 2 coordinators who are basically support persons, 2 psychologists, an administrator, and 1 person who is kind of doing the information providing through over the phone, over the Facebook page, and so on. And then there is a manager, integration manager, and the manager who developing services. How many people? Again, there have been to our center since the beginning of full-scale war in Ukraine, of course, approximately 35,000 approaches to our center. We just took the data last week because we really needed one, because our clients, we have an increased number of clients, so therefore I'm actually looking for 2 more people to work in the center. And no, I cannot tell you right now what's the ratio of men, women, and children, because that was part of the question as well, right? Yeah. But we are working with a family, if there is a family, or whatever the family is, 2 men and child, just a single parent with children and so on, so it really doesn't matter. And the main thing that we do not do is that we don't kind of keep people to ourselves. What we are trying, our work is for people to adopt and to integrate and then go live their lives. And if they have additional questions or in life kind of a situation where they need more knowledge, then they would know where to come back to. Because what we're trying to build is trust. We were talking about the trust thing as well, yeah? Yeah, I know. See, I got talking, time's up.
Yeah, but I think it's very nice final remark that is just about building the trust. So I think we can just end here. But regarding the statistics and monitoring, please stay tuned. Tomorrow we'll have a really exciting panel on how to monitor the integration outcomes, and actually we'll have a great example from Norwegian Directorate of Integration and Diversity, how to do that and how to tailor the integration activities forward by supporting municipalities. So please stay tuned. And thank you very much once again for fascinating work and in general the work you do for supporting refugees. So please keep continuing. Thank you.
So thank you very much to Carlos Gibas and his discussion team, and especially for punctuality. That was amazing. And we'll jump on to the second session. If first session was more about local level, so now we'll be talking more about why and how to transform and to have a policy which is based on evidence, to have a policy which actually works in the daily life, how to achieve that. And we'll start by listening some examples, and then we'll have a discussion afterwards. So we'll begin with Christopher Jamil de Montgomery. He's assistant professor and PhD Department of Public Health, Danish Research Center for Migration, Ethnicity and Health, University of Copenhagen, Denmark. So, Christopher, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this important conversation. I'll be sharing a few insights from a Nordic research project called Coming of Age in Exile, which was, which was financed by the Nordic, by Norforsk, and which brought together researchers from Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Finland to investigate the lives of young people growing up in the Nordic region who arrived to it as refugees. The project combined quantitative and qualitative analyses. So the quantitative analyses using national databases, comparative policy studies, and qualitative work on the labor market and in the educational system. So the Nordic region has received a comparatively large number of refugees from the 1980s onwards, and so integration has been a central policy concern for a long time, and a sizable number of young people have grown up in the Nordic region. For the quantitative part of the project, we were able to include all the young refugees that arrived as children, so aged 0 to 17, between 1986 and 2005, and to follow them into adulthood, some for several decades. As you can see on the light gray bars, we were able to include more than 110,000 young people in Sweden, around 30,000 in Denmark and Norway, and around 10,000 in Finland. And these numbers are also indicative of the differences in migration patterns to this region during this period, with Sweden being having a longer history of refugee migration than, say, Norway, and having received many more refugee families. Now, from among the findings of this project, I will make just 2 points today that I think will be valuable to draw on as policymakers and practitioners at the local level, and which I hope also illustrates the utility of different kinds of data, quantitative and qualitative. The first one is to work systematically towards the aim of secondary school completion, whether vocational or academic, and to allow for flexible entry points and pathways into and through the system. To convince you of this point, I will show a few figures from the project. The first one shows the proportion of young refugees and native-born peers who are outside of the educational system and the labor market at age 30. The bars on the left are those who completed upper secondary education, and the bars on the right are those who did not. The colors are the different countries in the study. As you can see, there was some inequality between refugees and majority peers in both groups. But there was much more inequality between those who completed upper secondary schooling and those who did not. In all 4 countries, getting this diploma is tremendously important for opening doors to further education and employment. And if you lose young people in this transition, it's a huge disadvantage and a major source of inequality between young refugees and their peers. I find this figure quite striking because it illustrates the large potential benefits of moving young people from the group without upper secondary education to the group with. If we look at the chance of higher education at age 30, we similarly see that completing upper secondary education is a huge equalizer. This figure shows the chance of having completed upper secondary education by age 30 among those who completed higher education at age 30 among those who completed upper secondary education at age 25. As you can see, the chance is not exactly the same in every country, but it's pretty much the same for refugees and the native-born peers. If you compare the same color bars on the left, the native-born, to the bars on the right, the refugees, they're almost identical. Finland is a bit of an outlier here, which is interesting, but the number of young people that could be followed to age 30 was much smaller in Finland. So it could be that this is a fluke. Regardless, upper secondary education is a crucial concern in all 4 countries. Now, were the chances of getting this diploma then the same in all 4 countries? Not quite. On this figure, you see the proportion in each country who completed upper secondary education at age 25. The first set of columns are the locally born peers. Then you have the refugees who were younger than 7 years old when they arrived, the refugees who were 7 to 14 years old, and the refugees who were between 15 and 17 years old when they arrived. Notice how in all the Nordic countries, the chance of getting the diploma drops with age at arrival. So this is a concern. But notice also that the proportions in Sweden were much higher than in the other Nordic countries. Much could be said about the differences between the countries that may contribute to this, but the point I really want to make now is simply that this is not a fixed proportion. If they in Sweden were able to help 70% of the refugees who were between 15 and 17 years old when they arrived to get this diploma, why would this only be possible for half of as many in Denmark and Finland? I'm not so familiar with the educational system in Lithuania, but if upper secondary education is a similarly important gateway, then this is really a figure to monitor and to make targets for. And to think through from a policy angle. How do refugees arriving at different ages enter into the system? Do they face structural barriers? How are they prepared to make the transition from the compulsory level and into the upper secondary level? And what kind of oversight is needed at the municipal level to ensure that the schools are working systematically towards making this transition possible? So even if the challenge of ensuring secondary school completion is shared between the countries, these are questions to answer within each national context. The second point I want to make draws on the qualitative work in the project, which really helps to flesh out what a refugee-competent school environment looks like. And in the context of the larger conversation in this panel, I think about translating research into policy, I think it's worth emphasizing that evidence is not only about the numbers and indicators and effect sizes, valuable as these are, but it's also about understanding the dynamics and the embodied experience that really can inform and enrich practice. Now, the concept of a refugee-competent school is one that has been used in the Nordic literature to try to connect the different capacities that schools need to have in order to handle a mixed student population that also includes children that have had to flee their homes. If I was a school leader, I think this would be another key objective, that the schools in my jurisdiction that receive refugees should become ever more refugee competent. So what are these capacities? I will mention 5 that were highlighted by the researchers in this project. The first one is one that we have touched upon, or the previous panelists also touched upon quite a bit, is the importance of facilitating rapid language acquisition. Learning the local language, it does, which is also the language of the mainstream educational system, does open doors and to both education, employment, and community. It is a central concern and it needs to be on the list. But it's not the only concern, and focusing on language acquisition alone can even be counterproductive. Schools need to pay attention to the whole student and address both educational and psychosocial needs broadly. Students often have to catch up and get accustomed with the local curriculum in order to thrive in the mainstream educational system and, importantly, make that transition into the upper secondary level. For every student that arrives, an assessment of educational needs should be made that leads to a realistic plan for how that student will be equipped to make that transition. Additionally, to the educational needs, the psychosocial needs profile in this group tends to be different than the average pupil. Because this is a group of children that often lives with bereavement, with separation from loved ones, with trauma, and so on. The many interviews with the teachers suggest that teachers working with this group often have to go well beyond their role as educators and attend to a variety of needs, both of the students and of their families. This work requires resources. It requires training, it requires specialized staff, and importantly, it requires time, more time than is what is allocated to the average pupil. And too often, the teachers articulate that they feel unprepared for this role. And this is something for policymakers to pay attention to and to investigate. What are the financing possibilities for schools offering that extra service of providing a good starting environment to young refugees? How is the reception monitored and supervised, and how is civil society leveraged? Another important objective for both learning and well-being is that schools manage to foster a sense of belonging. And a great enabler of this is that young refugees have possibilities to interact with local peers and to build friendships, which has the added benefit of accelerating language acquisition. If refugees are kept apart for a prolonged period of time to first learn the language before they can start forming these inter-ethnic relationships, that can be alienating, and in general, there's no reason not to do both at the same time. Related to this point, some schools have managed to foster a sense of collective responsibility among students and teachers alike to ensure that arriving refugee children are welcomed and incorporated into the school environment. It's a great enabler for young students who make this transition into a new social reality, which a classroom is for a young person, that the other students in that class are conscious of the positive difference that they can make and are alive to that task. Have a narrative of we want to be a welcoming environment. And it's a great enabler for the teachers and staff to really buy into this inclusive ethos and to think through the activities at the school from a diversity angle. How will different types of students engage with their different backgrounds, engage in the different types of activities at the school? How can the activities contribute to integrating the student body as well as achieving other educational aims? Integrating such perspectives into existing activities is more powerful than adding a few inclusion and well-being oriented activities into an otherwise unchanged school day. Meanwhile, you can spotlight diversity from many angles. If the angle is that, okay, A is a new pupil and is not from here and doesn't understand our ways, so let's teach him, that would be patronizing and alienating. That deficit approach, as you can call it, to diversity is unfortunately more common than you would hope. In fact, much of the policy language surrounding minority students in Denmark employs this deficit approach, outlining deficits that the schools then are to correct. In contrast, a surplus perspective that seeks for the resources that every student possesses and considers diversity and enrichment to a learning environment can help to nurture that sense of belonging in diverse classrooms, making the classroom a place where you can hold many identities at once and still feel that you belong and are appreciated as you are. So these were the points that I wanted to make for now. Check out the websites and feel free to reach out.
Thank you once again to Mr. Montgomery. As I mentioned before, we will have the time for your questions as well, but it will be in the end of the session. So afterwards, after we will hear from other participants as well. So now we'll continue and we'll hear about refugee response plan and multi-sector needs. And it will be Anastasia Ilieva, Associate Information Management Officer at the United Nations Refugee Agency, representation for the Nordic and Baltic countries.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'll be talking to you about a survey that was run in the autumn of 2023 in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia as part of the Ukraine Situation Regional Refugee Response Plan. And we call this survey a multi-sector needs assessment. So I'll be talking a lot about the methodology and the structure of the questionnaire of the survey, and less about the data itself, because I find that in such short presentations, I can't do justice to a survey that has more than 100 questions and was run in 3 separate countries. So my goal here will mainly be to make you aware that this exists, that this is a resource that you can use for your practices in integration, and of course to highlight the excellent work being done in the Baltic regions by NGOs and other local organizations who do so much to obtain evidence to inform policymaking. So, what is a multi-sector needs assessment? The idea behind it is, of course, that in order to develop a comprehensive framework to address refugee needs, you first need to actually survey the needs of those refugees, to construct profiles of their demographic characteristics, and to ask them what it is that they actually need, not that you make policies without doing any sort of questioning of the population that you're supposed to be serving. And ideally, you would want to do that sort of survey work in a way that is maximally quantitatively rigorous and follows best practices from around the world. And we call this multi-sectoral because it covers many aspects of refugees' lives, like accommodation, protection, health, education, and so on. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about how we actually conduct such a survey. And we have a standardized digital questionnaire, and we have enumerators interview refugee households, with interviewing one person per household. So if we have, for instance, 500 interviews, and we have an average household size of 2.5, we actually gather information for many more people. So in our case, in 2023, we made efforts to spread out data collection in all 3 of the Baltic countries, but we were unable to reach a statistically representative sample. So we do have some biases in our data. For instance, persons who reside outside of big cities are underrepresented, and also persons who are very highly integrated and never make use of any service points or live in any collective accommodation are also underrepresented in our data. But as I'll mention later, we have some indications that our data is robust and consistent. And furthermore, I need to mention that because of the nature of the face-to-face survey, there are some limitations and sensitivity around questions on protection and income. So, and also social desirability bias, because if you have an interviewer coming and interviewing you in person, that would, of course, affect your answers, and you might not be as honest as you can be in some of the questions. One of the most valuable things about the MSNA, the multi-sector needs assessment that we ran in the Baltic states, was that it's part of a regional exercise of where we had 10 countries conduct a similar exercise with a harmonized questionnaire. Those are the countries that are part of the regional refugee response plan that you see in the map. And we made an effort to conduct the surveys during the same time, around the same time, with a questionnaire that had sort of the same indicators, of course with some questions that were specific for the specific country. But for most of the indicators, we have consistency in the way that the questions were asked in between countries. At the same time, because each national context is so different, we're not aiming to compare countries here. The idea is more to identify gaps and to identify correlations. However, some comparative work is being done very carefully at the regional level and at a working group with many different organizations. And we're hoping to have the results of that and be able to share them with you very soon. So indeed, I'm not going to be comparing Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. This will be the only slide in which I have them side by side. But here, it's very important to emphasize that this is an interagency survey. So it's coordinated by UNHCR, but the data collection is done by different organizations. In Lithuania, those were the Lithuanian Red Cross, and the International Organization for Migration, who conducted 548 interviews with households. In Latvia, it was the organization I Want to Help Refugees, the Lithuanian Red Cross again, and UNHCR, who conducted 383 interviews. And in Estonia, International Organization of Migration and Estonian Refugee Council conducted 565 interviews. And as mentioned before, we have data that is fairly consistent. I'll just use 3 variables to make that point. And this data, meaning it's consistent both with other countries in the European region and between the 3 Baltic states. So the first variable is the I haven't actually. Aha, okay, good. The first variable is the oblast of origin in eastern Ukraine. So we have similar respondents reporting that they're from different sections of Ukraine with a similar share in all 3 Baltic states, predominantly from eastern Ukraine and the capital region. The second variable is the amount of the share of the households who report at least one family member that has a disability or is experiencing a significant difficulty in communication, hearing, walking, seeing, and so on. And most encouragingly, we have a similar and very low level of dissatisfaction with aid in all 3 of the countries. So we have only 2 to 5% of the respondents saying that they were dissatisfied with the aid that they received, which is a very successful result for the Baltic region. Okay, and now briefly, I will just show you some snapshots of the data results, because we have an explicit question in the questionnaire on what are your most urgent needs right now. And one of the options is my household doesn't have any urgent needs. And in Lithuania, the percentage 72 in the heading of the slide means that we have 72% of households who did indicate some sort of need. And out of those, the top needs were employment support, accommodation, and material assistance. In Latvia, we had top needs also including employment and livelihood support, medical treatment, and medical items, as well as material assistance. And for Estonia, again, employment support, but this time also education for adults, medical treatment, and material assistance. And continuing on that theme, I'm also going to show you a small snapshot of data from each of the countries so that you can also get a sense of what sort of questions we have in that questionnaire and so in that survey. So these are some results from Estonia on the accommodation aspect. We have a very, very high share of refugees from Ukraine residing in Estonia in their own accommodation, which is a very high result throughout the region. And even more encouragingly, we have a majority of them saying that they don't see a limit on how long they can stay in the current accommodation, which is also quite different from a lot of other countries in the region which have different accommodation policies. For Lithuania, I've chosen to highlight the results from the question on how satisfied the respondents are with the behavior of aid workers. And fully 82% said that they were fully satisfied with the behavior of aid workers. They identified no issues with it. And in Latvia, those are the results of the question on economic capacity. So asking what level of goods and services can you afford now compared to your first few months in Latvia. And we see that 61% said that they can afford a similar level of goods and services, 20% can afford more, and 80% can afford fewer. And to close, how can you actually go into the detail of the results of this survey? First of all, there will be narrative reports, one per each country in the Baltic states, that will be hopefully coming in very soon, that we will share with you together with recommendations. And also we're expecting the regional report that has more of a comparative side in the coming months, probably March or April. But even before that, all the data from each of the surveys in the Baltic states, but also the other 7 countries that conducted such a survey in the summer or autumn of 2023, is available on the UNHCR microdata library, where anyone can sign up and gain access to all the data sets, look up the questions that they're interested in, and hopefully do their own analysis. We're really hoping that you will use this resource to tailor your response and to find any insights that you need for your future work. And before I close, I do want to say that we're going to be repeating the survey with a similar methodology, similar questionnaire, similar regional harmonization in 2024 as well. And we will be conducting extensive consultations with stakeholders in each of the countries to gain a consensus of what needs to go into the questionnaire so that we can have one common survey addressing all of the needs that the organizations on the ground need in order to tailor their response and integration activities in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Anastasia Liva. Yeah, because everybody already knows you, so you can sit in front and wait for our discussion to begin. How is your spirit? Are you still up and listening what's happening, or you are just trying to figure out what kind of ornaments are here in front of you? So hopefully you are still following. We have 3 more examples from Lithuania, Estonia, and also from, let's keep it a secret, and also Norway. So let's start with Estonia, and I would like to welcome Olga Sotnik. She's the head of Cultural Diversity Department, Ministry of Culture, Estonia.
Good afternoon, dear friends. It's a big pleasure for me to be here with you today and to tell you about integration monitorings that we are conducting in Estonia for quite a long time already, and how we are using them in our policy shaping process and in other processes too. So the Ministry of Culture is in charge of integration policy shaping in Estonia since 2007, and it's our department who is dealing with integration, and we call it adaptation policy. Adaptation is like a welcoming process for newcomers, but we also deal with and coordinate implementation of supporting cultural life of national minorities living in Estonia and also Estonians living abroad. And here on this slide, I put quite a lot of information. Maybe I will start with the green slots here, and tell you a little bit, just a short introduction into the history of policy shaping in integration field in Estonia. Actually, everything started in 1997 with the help of UNDP, and with their help, the Estonian state started to think about strategical planning in the integration. Before that, in the beginning of the 90s, when Estonia just became independent, some politicians and people thought that maybe we don't need any kind of integration policy. All the Russians would just leave, and we will not have to deal with any problems. But luckily, with the help of foreign institutions, we started this process, and already in 1998 it was the first document that was adopted in the Estonian parliament. It's the starting points of the Estonian national integration policy for the integration of non-Estonians into Estonian society. It was a brief, short document, but it was a starting point. And 2 years later, in 2000, the first strategic document was adopted by the government, and this strategic document said that Integration Foundation has to conduct integration monitorings. And since year 2000, now we have already 9 integration monitorings. And these monitorings, they are very large scale representative surveys of Estonian society with very different questions and very different domains that we are surveying. So the last monitoring was conducted last year. The results are not yet published. They will be published on the 5th of March. That's why I'm not going to tell you much about the results of the last monitoring. We are all very excited about that. We will have 3 different presentations in Tallinn, Tartu, and Narva. We also have 1 presentation for diplomatic corps in English. So those of you who are interested, please let me know. Maybe we can find something out and make maybe online event for those of you who cannot come to Estonia. But yes, I will a little bit tell more about this this slide, because you also see with the pink some information about how we are actually funding the integration process in Estonia. Again, with the help of foreign donors, with the help of European Union, EU funds, ESF, European Social Fund, and also AMIF, Asylum, Immigration, Integration Fund. But in the beginning, it was FARE. Maybe some of you know this project. It was meant for those countries who are just accessing European Union, and with these FARE programs, we were providing language courses and other activities. And then it was European Fund for the Integration of Third Country Nationals. And why I'm showing you this information because for all these documents and programs and budgets which you have to do for all these donors, and we use the data from the integration monitorings because we saw what are the problems, what are the main challenges we are facing, and why we are having these measures, why are having these activities. It was a very good instrument to explain to the donors why we need money, for example, for language learning trainings, and why we need money for contact building activities. And yes, and here I have information about what kind of questions we had in the very first integration monitoring in 2020, what were the domains. As you can see, it consisted of 2 parts, and half of it was dedicated to the media and how people in Estonia are consuming media. We are still monitoring the media questions, but not in such a scale as it was in the first monitoring. And what else I have to say is that, of course, through the time, our focus has shifted. In the 90s and in the 200s, in the main focus, there were people who came to Estonia during Soviet times. So they were mostly Russian-speaking people, and we were interested what are their attitudes towards Estonian state, towards citizenship, what are their Estonian language skills, and so on and so on. Now, with the time, we are shifting both our integration policy and also the monitorings. We are not only focusing only on Russian speakers who were living in Estonia for a long time, but of course we are now researching newcomers and returnees and Ukrainian refugees. But the core questions are, of course, the same. So what people think about integration, are they satisfied with the process? What are the major factors of integration they feel are most relevant and most important? So how they feel on the labor market, how they feel discriminated or not, about questions about education, whether children should study together, because until last year, actually until this year, the Estonian educational system was parallel. There were Russian schools and there were Estonian schools, but now from this year, the reform will be going on until 2030, until we'll have common educational system. Also questions, attitudes about citizenship and so on. And now on the next slide, I have topics from Integration Monitoring 2020 and 2023. More or less, domains are the same, but for example, in 2020 monitoring, we had an in-depth survey of returnees, so the Estonians who were living abroad but decided to come back to Estonia. And also from 2017, we are surveying the attitudes of newcomers. So the newcomers in Estonian sense, it's the people who came to Estonia less than 5 years ago. And they can be just ordinary migrants, but they also beneficiaries of international protection and temporary protection. And this year, what topics have been added is integration and effects of the war in Ukraine. So we know that the war in Ukraine is perceived differently by different groups in our societies, at least in Estonia. There are different attitudes towards refugees and towards the war, towards Russian behavior among Estonians and non-Estonians, and we were interested in so what are these opinions? I will come back a little bit to this slide because I just wanted to give you an example. For example, one of the questions that is not there anymore in our current integration monitorings was, for example, what do you think if the migrant population, if the increase of migrant population will lead to increase in prostitution levels and drug addicts and level of criminality? At the moment, we are not asking these questions anymore, but when they started, then these kind of questions were also there. So it's just to show you that we have evolved, and now we have a little bit other questions, not these kind of ones. So what else I will tell you about the monitoring? It's very, in-depth research that is quite costly and expensive. For example, the last one costed us 140,000 euros. And the whole year is a process of collection data and of analyzing data. So if you would take the report, it's not only the charts and numbers, but also interpretation of the researchers, of scientists. And every time it's a new group who is making this research. This time it was Kantaremor together with Tartu University. So we have the numbers and the explanation, so what stands behind those numbers. We survey the residents of Estonia aged 15 and above. It's based on the population statistics database, taking in account different kind of aspects like gender, age, nationality, regional division, and so on. And in the sample, there are 1,500 respondents. So it's very representative survey. There are more than 100 different questions in this survey, so it takes quite a lot of time to answer. That's why maybe this, some scientists say that if you have such a long survey, it can be biased, because there are very few people who would really like to answer more than 100 questions and answer 2 hours in a row and answer different questions. We don't have only integration monitoring. We also have some other in-depth surveys in different other spheres. For example, last year we had a survey about language attitudes and language learning progress within non-Estonian part of the society. We had a special research of people with temporary residence permits. And many other questions. And I'll show you also this slide. It's from the last monitoring from 2020. The monitoring is a very good tool for us, from where we take indicators for our strategical documents. And one of the indicators that is being used is the state identity of Estonians and Estonian Russians in. So the state identity is kind of an index. It's a bit different for Estonians and for non-Estonians, but it shows the attitude towards Estonian state, and it's something which is important for us. And you can see that actually the state identity of non-Estonians have been higher than of Estonians, but it's because of the methodology of the question. And another slide I want to show you with some numbers. It's a slide about language. We have been talking about language quite a lot today, and one of the questions in the monitoring is about language. So how do you feel? Do you speak the language, Estonian language, or not? And as you can see, the active Estonian language skills of residents of other nationalities has been growing. In 2008, 32% that they speak and understand Estonian. In 2020, it was 41. The latest number, okay, I will tell you one secret, it's 46%, so we see the increase. And the number of people who don't speak Estonian at all is decreasing. If in 2008 it was 20%, then now it's only 4% who say that don't speak Estonian at all. And for example, in 1989, so 2 years before Estonia became independent, there were 14% of non-Estonians who said that they speak Estonian. So the progress has been quite remarkable. Quite remarkable. When we prepare this integration monitorings, we consult with other ministries. We consult with Ministry of Interior, of Education, of Social Affairs, because they also use the data from these monitorings in their policy documents and in their and they use indicators from this monitoring. And all the data is actually available in the web portal of Estonian Statistics national statistics site. So the researchers, the students of universities, they're welcome to ask for this information, and we are happy to share it with them because, well, of course, we have this researchers who are paying and who are giving us some results, but maybe there can be some kind of a data research tools that can be used to produce new information and new data, and I think it's a very valuable resource which can be used by Estonian scientists, not only Estonian, but also international ones. And maybe one couple of more examples how can we use the data from this monitorings is so in last monitoring we were asking a question of what do you think about how important are the local Estonian Russian channels, media channels for the people. Because we banned Russian propaganda channels, but it means that we have to give some kind of an alternative to the people to receive information. There are still people whose Estonian is not good, and very many people prefer read information in their own language, and that is why we think that we have to give alternative, and that's why we are also supporting these outlets that work in Russian language. And the research shows that it's true that there are a group of people, especially who live in Ida-Virumaa, for whom this kind of information sources are very important. And I think this is a good signal for the politicians and policymakers that we should still continue supporting these channels and empowering them in order to have a cohesive and stable society. My time is over, so thank you very much for the attention. If you are interested, here's the QR code. You can, there are some data sheets also in English and in Russian language, and I'll be glad to answer additional questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Now we will hear about Lithuanian data and also about migration and integration issues in Lithuania. And I would like to welcome Vadimas Ivanovas. He's head of State Data Government's Information System Division at State Data Agency.
Hello, nice to meet you. And thank you for our invitation to be here. Maybe my presentation will be not fully corresponds previous presentations because I will share not some research or monitoring system, but how was dealt in Lithuania with 2 years ago, back then, how was dealt with challenges and issues with data integration between state information systems and how it was dealt with healthcare, social security services providing for refugees as fast as possible. Thank you. Thank you very much. So here you go. State Data Agency, which I represent here, our main goal and role in all interchanging data between state information system was to organize everything and to help share data between at first phase on March of 2022 to ensure exchange of the data between migration information system and healthcare information system in regards to provide healthcare services for refugees. As you know, in Lithuania, a lot of governmental services, healthcare, social security services, etc., they are quite digitalized. And one hand, it's really useful and efficient to use, but it's quite challenging when you face unexpected situation. And huge inflow of refugees from Ukraine was one of those situations when common solutions or for exchange data between migration information system and healthcare information system and etc. didn't work, just because it was too huge flow of refugees, people who had to get services. And first task was to create solution to exchange data between systems. Later, of course, in our platform was created a list of possible accommodation places for refugees to propose to accommodate them, where all governmental institutions, universities, municipalities, each one who has any assets to propose to accommodate refugees, were put it in that our created environment software, let's call it software or list, and possible accommodation places were proposed for migration department specialist, who was first who met refugees here in Lithuania and helped them to register here, and that list was provided to propose accommodation places. And later, of course, we integrated data from people register, from labor exchange information system, employment register, taxpayer register, etc., etc. What is the purpose of integration those data? And I will tell in the next slide, but I have to mention that I haven't seen so high level of collaboration among governmental authorities in regards to propose all necessary social and healthcare and other services for refugees. All necessary software development and data integration solutions were developed during 4 weeks. A lot of people from the main institutions you can see here were involved. From technological IT side, it was immigration department, information technology and community department, health emergency station center, and center of register, etc., and more. And in terms of coordination and management of the whole situation, the key role was on Ministry of Social Security and Labor. And that was main coordinator of all efforts of all institutions to develop and propose all necessary services for refugees. So, what was the outcome of that, of all those efforts? The first phase, after four weeks, it was launched application for migration department employees and a lot of volunteers from other governmental institutions to register refugees and to print them just one paper with personal information and healthcare and migration IDs. And those healthcare ID, for example, was as a identification in any healthcare institution, hospitals, to get necessary healthcare services for free. What was according, of course, legislation. What was allowed to get for free according to legislation. I mentioned the list of accommodation places, and a little bit later, here in Lithuania, it was amazing non-governmental initiative, Strong Together, and just people organized themselves and actively proposed accommodation, other services for refugees themselves, and special application to work more effective was developed in State Data Agency platform as well. And Strong Together, NVO, non-government organization Strong Together, was able to work more efficient and exchange information and so on. And later, what was done additionally, we developed applications and for municipalities at municipality level, where municipalities representatives were able to check information about refugee and propose social services, additional social aid services, and etc. Of course, some analytics dashboards, reports were which automatically updated information on daily basis were developed. Some internal, accessible for ministries and governmental agencies and municipalities, and public dashboard. Okay, sorry. Okay. Could you help me assist? Okay, thank you very much. I thought I have a laser, but it's not there. So here down, and official public dashboard was published as well, with some social demographical information for publicity. And a lot of different reports were developed and proposed especially for municipalities. For example, a list of kids who aren't participating in education system, and municipalities, representatives of municipalities were able to see a real situation, how many kids here in Lithuania, they're not participating in any education, and propose educational schools, place in the schools, and any necessary services for those families. And what's next? Since last year, any governmental institution is available to initiate any analytical research, any monitoring of any process based on administrative data. So we welcome, collaborate with authorities and initiate any analysis researches, quantitative researches, not qualitative, but quantitative researches, of course, based on any administrative data it's necessary to use. And of course, research universities, other institutes are able to access to the administrative data of any administrative data which are collecting in Lithuania to conduct researches or analysis. And one of jobs, analytical tasks, already is initiated by Ministry of Internal Affairs last year in order to rethink, redesign migration indicators in Lithuania. And this work is in the progress. But maybe we'll have more initiatives. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. And also, I would like to invite our last presentation before the discussion. So we'll hear an example, a case from Norway, from integration indicators to local policy making. And I would like to welcome here on the stage Regine Melland-Lexton. So the stage is yours. Thank you.
Hello. So I represent the Norwegian Directorate of Integration and Diversity. And we implement the government's integration policy, and we provide input to policy development. And we're also a competence center. We produce and communicate research, analysis, statistics, and good practice. And we contribute to an informed public debate on integration. And of course, we have ongoing dialogue regarding settlement of refugees with the municipalities and improving integration outcomes at the local level. Today, I would like to share with you how national and local level cooperate on the integration field in Norway. And to do that, I will tell you about how we measure integration through a framework of indicators. And finally, through an example, I will demonstrate how we transform statistics and research into policymaking. And I will focus on a case of women with refugee background. First and foremost, integration takes place at the local level. When we ask municipalities, what do you need in your daily work for better integration of immigrants? The answer, they want more access to statistics on a local level, and they want to know what works and what have an effect. And they want to be able to compare integration outcomes with other municipalities and share best practices and learn from each other. So, in our work, integration is a process that can be considered successful when unreasonable differences between immigrant minorities and the majority population decrease over time and between generations. So how do we provide research and statistics over time to identify the need for policy measures? And how do we communicate facts and findings to local authorities, NGOs, policymakers, and to the public? And how do we transform our knowledge into policy measures? And it's important to remember that there is an extensive municipal autonomy in Norway, and therefore a great need for close cooperation and effective communication of policy. And we use a range of economic, legal, and educational measures. We organize conferences, provide grants, and have websites in place for advice, practical tools for comparing data, and share best practices. So, how do we measure integration? We ask, do the gaps between majority and minority decrease over time? Do those gaps decrease with a period of residence or between generations? So therefore, we also monitor the outcomes for Norwegian-born children of immigrants. And to measure this process, we have developed an indicator framework, and that framework is updated annually. So there are in total over 30 indicators grouped into these 5 areas. As you can see, we monitor education. For example, participation rates in all phases from kindergarten to adult education. We look at labor market, income and living conditions, political integration, and this might be voter turnout, for example, or institutional trust. And at last, social integration. And this is, for example, attitudes towards immigration, experiences of belonging and discrimination. And in addition, and this is important, we include statistics and research results on demographics, because the composition of the immigrant population is a really important backdrop to understand the integration outcomes. We monitor several of these indicators on a local level, primarily those based on registered data like education, employment, income, housing. And this framework provides a knowledge base on both the composition of our immigrant population and the outcomes. And this is not only to the integration authorities, it's also to other sectors and, of course, the municipalities. So, central to our work on indicators is measuring difference over time between the minority and the majority population. And this is a selection of our indicators. And in many areas, we see that the difference between immigrants and the rest of the population have been reduced over time, such as the proportion of young people who do not participate in work or education, in kindergarten attendance among immigrant children, and in higher education. In other areas, however, we observe greater disparities. The green pillars are areas where we observe reduced differences, And the red pillars show where the differences have increased. And immigrants are not a homogeneous group. That's why I mentioned the importance of knowing the composition of the immigrant population. And this is reflected in the variations in the indicators. For many indicators, we observe significant differences between immigrants and the rest of the population, but also between immigrant groups. We heard a little bit about this in the keynote speech this morning. For example, women with refugee backgrounds and short period of residence in Norway have poor outcomes on many indicators compared to other groups. And this is something we have observed for a long, long time, and we are in close cooperation with the municipalities regarding this group. This is some examples from our national website. We're active in our media communication. We share knowledge on our website, newsletter, in traditional and social media platforms. We arrange numerous events, conferences, and report launches. And our aim is to reach out to a broad range of groups. These groups can be interested in different types of information. Some need in-depth insight and long-term trends, while others are looking for a quick overview of some selected key figures. And because of this work, we can monitor development in various areas for many immigrant groups. And as I have mentioned, for women with a refugee background, we observe several challenges. So, to the case. This figure shows employment rate by reason for immigration and gender. As you can see, one immigrant group stands out. Only 42% of women with a refugee background was employed in 2022. And this is persistent over time and of great concern, and it's a call for action. So I'll tell you a bit about how we have used this data to improve measures for this particular group. The introduction program. The main objective of Norway's integration policy is to ensure immigrants' participation in labor market and in society. And to achieve this, it's crucial that recently arrived immigrants and refugees are offered a comprehensive introduction program. Participation in this program is a right and a duty. And its aim is to provide basic skills and qualification, such as language training, social studies, educational and work-related measures to ensure a transition to the labor market and economic self-sufficiency. And our national goal is for 70% of participants in this program to be working or in education 1 year after completing the program. For men, this percentage is close, approximately 63%. For women, it's 44%. And as an initiative to enhance women's achievements, the government has decided to offer courses in life skills and in parenting through this program. But still, the data is not as positive as we would like. So further measures have been implemented. And one of those is the Job Opportunity Program. This is a measure directly targeted towards immigrant women. It's an initiative targeted towards stay-at-home moms who are far away from participating in the labor market. It's kind of a second chance. And it's not only for newly arrived refugees. It's for women who also have been living in Norway for several years. They also are offered this program. And a key element to this program is the opportunity for the municipality itself to experiment and innovate in a manner that is locally adapted. So Job Opportunity aims to strengthen participants' qualifications through individually tailored programs. We have evaluated this initiative multiple times, and the analysis show that the program is crucial and it works. In the last slide, I show you our national goal for the introduction program. The goal was 70%. In this program, the Job Opportunity Program, a significant 79% of the participants are employed or in education after completing the program. 64% transition to work, and 15% transition to education. I believe we can call this a success story. And I allow myself to round up with one more success story before I round up. The integration leap between this group, refugee women, and their daughters is enormous. Norwegian-born girls with immigrant parents perform well on most indicators. They participate in higher education even more so than their fellow sisters from the majority population. And this group are still relatively young. I think 3 out of 4 are under 18 years old, so we're excited to follow their development as more and more enter the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll continue with the discussion. Since we have all the participants here already, we just need a moderator. So we've got you the best one, and I would like to invite Darta Pelsa. She is policy analyst in migration and integration, Providus, Latvia. She's also has co-authored reports on evaluation of integration systems in Latvia from 2019 to 2021. So she has lots to say, but she has also a lot of questions, I guess. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for your very insightful presentations. Firstly, before we start this discussion, I would like to note that there is a live translation going on, so we should be a bit slower when we are talking so everything can be translated properly. And I think these presentations show the different approaches and different experiences of the Nordics and Baltics, and the local level, as we heard in speeches and presentations, is quite crucial for fostering integration of migrants. So the first question I would have for you is what infrastructure has to be in place to successfully translate research into evidence-based policy? Perhaps, Regina, you could start.
What infrastructure? Yeah. Well, in Norway we have a statistical bureau. And we get a lot of our statistics from that bureau, also registered data. And it's a bureau that has high trust. I think it's important that the population have trust in the research that the public collect and communicate. That's probably the most important.
I agree with colleague, and but maybe access to the data, because sometimes, and not only sometimes, just official statistics is not enough to evaluate really important small things and compare with rest of the population or between different migrants groups and so on and so on. And that's why the access to the data, I think it's one of most important parts of infrastructure, let's call it, in data.
So yes, so from one side, if we're talking about integration monitorings, well,
we need money to conduct it. From another side, we need researchers who will collect the data and who will interpret the data. And luckily, we have had both resources. And I hope that we will continue this kind of surveys in the future too. From another side, of course, we also use lots of data bits from the official statistics, and then we have wonderful Estonian statistics national organization that is collecting data in very different domains of life. So on one side we are collecting opinions, from another side we're collecting hard data, what shows out what the real numbers are in employment or in education and so on and so on. So then we can compare and see what are the differences, what are the gaps. So working institutions, financial resources, the researchers who are able to interpret the data into the normal language, and also I think the trust of the policymakers and politicians towards these things that we do, and the readiness to use all the tools which are there. Thanks.
From my perspective, with an international organization and such type of research, the biggest risks, in my opinion, are lack of relationship with local authorities. So you need both the trust of local authorities and an agreement with statistical authorities in order to gain the data, in order to do a representative sample, for instance. But you also need the buy-in from local authorities and governments that what you're researching is actually what they want to know, so that they trust then the findings, and the findings are not conducted in silos that then stay on their own. And of course, it has to be timely with their planning cycle, otherwise it just sits out there without being used.
Yeah, I find these comments very helpful, and I guess I would just add that there are many kinds of knowledge that are relevant in building programs and developing practice, and these indicators I find are important to monitor and follow. But then there's also a lot of knowledge production that happens, say, at universities or in other knowledge institutions that perhaps make contributions also at a conceptual level, or at thinking about the dynamics at play in the local context that are helpful to also be aware of. I thought it was quite inspiring to see from the municipality the use of the Ager-Strang framework, for example. And if there is a conversation in a municipality about these processes that is informed by different kinds of knowledge, I think that is a good starting point for constantly developing your practice. And also I thought it was very inspiring to hear the examples of co-creation happening, which is another kind of knowledge that the participants in these programs that is invaluable in addition to all these other forms of knowledge.
Thank you. Apart from everything that has to be in place for successful data-driven policy making, there's another question I would like to continue upon something Anastasia said about building relationships with the local authorities, because in a lot of cases we see that there are these research institutions, knowledge institutions, state institutions who communicate the results of the research. But in your opinion, how do we foster the relationship between knowledge institutions, national level institutions, and municipalities who are basically at the forefront of integration?
This is a crucial question. There's such a risk of silos. And I don't know if I have a good answer, but one way is through joint projects where we have a space to come together regularly and with the different perspectives that comes from the research world, that comes from the municipal world, that comes from the practice world, and interact. This kind of exchange I find helpful. Maybe someone else wants to add.
Yeah, indeed. I think the answer here is foreign, right? And events like this in which practitioners from both from research institutions and from authorities and implementers can meet. I also think that it's important to spread this out in time, to be aware that it takes time to build the trust and to dispel some misconceptions and to actually clarify the roles that what you're doing as a type of research is in support of their work, for instance, instead of as a critical tool to their work, which it also is a very valuable type of knowledge, but not every survey is of this type.
Yes, inclusion of local municipalities in all these processes is very important and crucial. And we were talking about this morning in another side event session that in Estonia we have in Ministry of Culture launched one common project with Estonian Association of Municipalities. That is how we can exchange our knowledge. We can also share the data we have with the municipalities. We will definitely invite these municipalities to the presentation of the results of the latest monitoring, and they are very welcome to use the data from the previous ones as it is available on the statistical database. You can take out the data about your municipality, your city, or your village, and see what are the results, what are the problems, what are the nuances of your situation.
Yeah, maybe I would share experience when it was those extraordinary situation when it was. A ministry, a government had to deal with in shortage of time to make decisions and introduce some changes in practices and so on and so on. And there was week-based meetings with all representatives of municipalities and central government. And there was some ideas were introduced by government how to deal and propose some services to the refugees, and a lot of feedback in those meetings, from the municipalities, from the foreground, from people who work and have a real touch with refugees, immigrants. And a lot of feedback was, thanks for that feedback, to change some decisions, and the policy was adjusted to the reality, because in something that looks as a good approach from the top, from the methodology, in real life, it couldn't work in many reasons. So I just to adapt that collaboration and involvement of municipalities is crucial.
Well, I think it's important that the work on the integration field is a cooperation between municipalities and national level, and it has to feel like a cooperation. Annually, we conduct a survey to get municipalities' perspectives, and we're very clear on the fact that we want and we need their perspectives. And that's a solid foundation for sharing knowledge as well.
Thank you. We have 8 minutes and 29 seconds. Perhaps I would like to give the floor to the audience. Feel free. Here's a hand on the front.
It doesn't work? Oh, it does work. Okay. Thank you. I was wondering about the Norwegian case. So it's a great success story, as you told us, about the decrease in disparities in education. But as you presented, was an increase, quite a substantial one, in political participation, right? Among people with immigrant background in Norway. Am I correct?
Yes, political participation.
Yeah, so that was the only area that increased in disparity, right? So I was wondering, are there any strategies what to do with that? Are you having some interventions planned for this case? Because all the others disparities seem to be decreasing apart from this one. So.
Yes, there are 3 main areas actually where we don't see a very clear decrease in differences, and it's, as you said, political participation, and maybe especially low income among immigrants, long-term low income, and this has these differences have been increasing for a long time, and it's just the last couple of years that we have seen a decrease in differences. But this is really tricky. And same for political representation. We, of course, do a lot of work to get immigrants to participate in civil society and in all aspects, informal and formal arenas. But it's difficult when there's maybe it's not very much representation, so you don't see anyone that can represent you in the political sphere. And but it's something we're working on, but it's difficult to know which measures will actually have an effect on this.
Any other questions?
Thanks a lot. This really excellent 5 and quite different examples. I have a question to Christopher. I know that the CAGE project, you have also the possibility to have a breakdown according to the age, gender, and even the countries of origin. So can you tell us briefly where this data comes from? Is this from the population registry or from your quantitative surveys? Because that's, of course, 2 different sources. So that will be very interesting to know, because that's very, very informative data. And another question is to Vadimas, perhaps. I mean, this Ukrainian situation response approach, towards the data is really amazing. My question is, are you planning to have something similar for the general foreign-born population in Lithuania, going beyond the Ukrainian file? So I think that's for your question. And for Regina from IMDI, the question perhaps is about as far as I know, that IMDI has an opportunity to monitor long-term integration outcomes of refugees who participated in introductory program for many years. And if still that's the case, can you just briefly tell us about, how you are monitoring those refugees that are, finalizing the integration program offered by the government, or by the municipalities? So I have 3 questions.
Okay, I'll be quick. It's from the national registers.
So you have very holistic registry then?
Yeah. So there's very, very good registers in the Nordic countries. And it was interesting to hear the examples also from the Baltics of these possibilities here of integrating data across different ministry areas based on the personal identifier. So you can really trace out someone's life course through the educational system, into the labor market, into the healthcare system, and so on, using this data, including everyone.
I didn't. Oh, there you go. I didn't quite catch the question. It was a little. Yeah, I'm sorry.
The last time when I was in IMDI, IMDI presented the system, how you monitor the integration outcomes of refugees who have been taking part in the introductory program. So are you still doing that? Because when I saw the graph, you even can grasp the 10 years of the life cycle of the refugee after he or she finishes the introductory program. So do you still have that in place, system of monitoring, or not anymore? Because that was something which is really super fantastic.
Yes, we do monitor what happens to participants after the introduction program. We monitor directly after, 1 year after, and we can also monitor several years after. And also, if they don't complete the program, if they go over to education, to work. So yeah, we still monitor that, yes. And it's, you can find it on our website. It's, a lot of it is public information.
In regards of expanding that data exchanging and monitoring among registers and administrative data sources, there are a few initiatives from governmental authorities. I mentioned before Internal Affairs Ministry. They initiated last year upgrade of migration indicators, total upgrade, quite significant, and that is in the progress. To be honest, at the very beginning of whole process, and we got a request from Social Affairs and Labor Minister of Social Affairs and Labor, exactly to evaluate and to monitor not only refugees from Ukraine, but all immigrants also is in the process.
We have time for one short question.
Hi, my name is Kaisa Kepso. I'm from the Nordic Welfare Center in Helsinki. This is not a short question, but maybe some thoughts from you. I mean, if we think about what you are measuring is integration, and I guess there's no right answer to what we mean by successful integration. So what do you think is something that is difficult to get in integration? What dimension are we missing when we look at the indicators and the quantitative data? But also, I know you have qualitative data, but what are we missing when we are measuring integration like this?
Oh, you're wondering what we are not measuring? Or what's difficult to measure? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, what are we missing from what is successful integration? You know, what can't be measured, kind of, or what is difficult to measure?
Well, it's a really good question, because if you're successfully integrated according to our definition, does that mean you have a fulfilled life and that you're happy with your own life and that you feel a sense of belonging? Everyone has the right to define what a successful life is. But in order to try to have some data, we need to set certain parameters that we can measure. But when we say that integration is successful, it's not the same as saying all immigrants have successful lives and are very, very happy. So of course we don't measure happiness or life fulfillment. So of course, yeah, we can't measure every aspect of a human being life. Yeah.
Yeah, it was not a question for me, but if it's okay, I will also add a little bit. Actually, there was a bit of information I didn't tell you, and it was about the measuring the successful integration. What are the features of successful integration? And what we see from the results of our monitoring is that the Estonians and people with migrant background, they have a different opinion about what is it, what that does it mean that you are successfully integrated. If we look at the results of Estonians, then they say that the knowledge of Estonian language is very important, that the person speaks Estonian, he is very well integrated. If the person is ready to protect Estonia in case of war, for example, this means that he is integrated. If he has knowledge about Estonian culture and history, if he respects the constitution. So for Estonians, these things matter. if we ask people with migrant background, then equal access to well-paid jobs is a factor of successful integration. Equal access to good education, participation in decision-making process. These are the features that are important for the non-Estonians. But there are a couple of features that are important for both Estonians and not Estonians. And the one is the absence of violent conflicts between different groups of population. And another thing that that everyone can contribute to the development of the Estonian economy. So there are two things that in common, but there are also different opinions. And so for different people, it's different thing. What is it? Are you well integrated or not integrated? And I think we should take it into account when we are making our policies and communicating what are we doing and how we are doing. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I guess our time has sadly run out. Thank you everyone for your presentations and the discussion part. So I will give the floor to you.
That's the easiest choice. Thank you very much. Yeah, we ran out of time today, but not tomorrow. So I would like to see you tomorrow as well here in the morning. Today we spoke a lot about socio-economical issues and socio-economical aspects of integration. Tomorrow we'll be focusing more on mental health, which is also very important. And I just remembered one story. I was doing an interview with a refugee from Syria. He came to Sweden now, I think it's like 8 years ago. And he was IT specialist at the time in Syria. So for him, it wasn't very hard to find a job in Sweden. He got a job as an IT specialist. He was working. He was getting a quite a good salary. But he told me that he was feeling all the time somehow that he's not being a part of this country, that he don't fit in, that, well, he didn't have any friends, any, I don't know, leisure activities, nothing, just work and his flat. He was not very communicating with people he knew in Syria because he lost majority of his family in the war. And only 5 years later, when he reached out for the help, he found out that he has post-stress dramatic disorder. And that's why he was not able to integrate, well, partly because of that. And it shows that you can have everything, basically, but do not feel very well included. So tomorrow we're going to speak about that more. So please come, and thank you very much. See you tomorrow.